Hey guys, in today's video we are going to work in this wood lodge. So it's kind of like in the middle of a forest. And the idea behind it is that we create this project from scratch with materials. Also, I'm going to teach you. It's a long part for the materials. It's about I think 2 hours or even 3, but at least you will know everything. I mean, you need to know to create the basic materials like the opaque and the translucent one like glass. So this is going to be my last long project, and after this I'm just going to create a small videos with tips and tricks but using this project, and in the future we will improve all of these as well and other methods that we can explore to improve this whole project. So this is going to be our exercise for the next couple of months. So if you build it, and all the assets are going to be available for you to download. So the FBX, the USD, and yeah, so let's get started. So the first thing you need to do is to go into unrealengine.com and get Unreal, download the launcher, save it where you want, and install. So this is going to download. It's done. Now I can open it. Then, well, in my case, I already got the Epic Games launcher, so I'm not gonna go ahead with any of this. And I'm going to open the game launcher. So when you start the game launcher, probably it will show like this, and you can sign in if you got an account already, or you can just sign in with any of these options. Even you can even sign in with Autodesk or create an account. You can also create an account here, and that will take you to the process. But I'm not gonna do any of this. I'm just gonna log into my account. So this is the first thing you're gonna see when you start your launcher. And if it takes you to the store, this is for video games, unless you're a gamer, you don't need to worry about any of that. This library belongs to that store, but you want to go into Unreal. In here you will see some of the news, some project spotlights, some videos as well that you can look into it. In the sample section, you got some projects made by Epic where you can test and try all of these features in. You got the marketplace where you can purchase things from other developers, things that might be helpful for you. And you can even filter by industry as well. If you're into architecture, you go here and there is a lot of projects that you can purchase or get for free. Also, this is the library where all my projects are. The vault is all my library of stuff I purchased from the marketplace. You got Twinmotion here and reality capture as well. So we focus on the library, and if you want to add a new version, you just click in here and install, and you got different versions in here that you can try out. So for this tutorial, I'm going to use the 5.4.2, so I can launch that. So it took a little bit to load, but in here it shows this new window, and you got all my recent projects in this case. This is where you will see all your projects. And these are just templates that we can use to start any projects. You got on the games, first person, third person, from the top view, a vehicle. For Archviz, we are not going to use any of these templates, although the first person could make sense, but we also have our industry here in architecture. For film events, it's just some parameters available for these for virtual production or for displays or DMX, like in concerts, stuff like that. And this is for product configuration and simulation. But let's focus on architecture. And you got here 5 different templates. And for this project, we are going to use the blank one. In here, you can also have a look, and there are a couple of tools that are really helpful in there, and design configuration as well. This one is really nice as well, but let's just focus on the principles and get started with a blank project. For this project, we'll call this Wood Lodge. And let's get started. By the way, you can select here where you want to save your project. So let's hit create. It is going to take a couple of minutes, depends on your system. Sometimes it needs to compile some shaders, but in this case, it opened it right away. So this is the first thing you will see when you select this template. And just to show you or guide you through this workspace, you get on the top some windows or some tabs with different options for the file. For example, is where you can exit, save, you can open assets as well, you can create new levels or create a new project. You can, and the edit is just like any 3D software to redo, undo. The project settings also will be really helpful, or at least we'll explore it at some point. And I'm sorry, I've just went drag there. Then you got some options here in the windows and some of the stuff we can add, like for example, the movie render queue. For example, if we open that is for rendering, or some other helpful stuff like light mixer as well. So there is a couple of things, but I'm not going to explore this right now. I'm just going to go into tools as well. So got some stuff about like merge actors, for example, is really helpful. For the build is for building the lighting. This is in case if you want to use backlight, but we are going to use lumen. Select, as it says, is just to select, for example, all the assets, but again, we use mostly the shortcuts for that. Actors, the same, is to edit those actors in the scene, and help is just to get into the documentation, go direct to forums, etc. So this little tab here, this is like a tab, and you can add as many tabs as you need or open in new windows. So this to save, this to search for this level. This one here allows you to select different modes. Let's say we are in selection mode, so where we can select stuff, we can modify stuff. You got the landscape, if you want to add landscape, foliage, to add foliage to that landscape, to measure the paint, modeling, fracture, brush editing, and animation. To be honest, we probably will be using only selection, landscape, foliage, and modeling, just for the time being. We can explore the other ones in other tutorials or exercises. This plus here with the cube is to add content to our level. We can add, for example, we can import content, we can bring assets from Megascans, so using Quixel Bridge, the Unreal Marketplace. We can open new content browser. By the way, this is our content browser. If it doesn't show, probably is because it's not on the default one. So if it opens like this and you don't see the content browser, you have the content drawer, and you can dock this in the layout. So now it's docked, or you can press Control space and that will bring that in. So Datasmith is something we use for Revit, SketchUp, even from 3ds Max. It's a handy plugin that allows to bring geometry in. It's just with a click, which is really nice, and it's not as complicated. Well, let's say not complicated, but it's not as fiddly as a FBX or a USD. So this is one option we will explore. So we can place actors here. For example, basics is just actors, characters, a pawn, lights are sun, point lights is like a sphere light, spotlight is as it sound, rect is rectangular light, skylight as well, ACI, backdrops, and sun and sky. So we will explore on this when we get into the lighting. Then cinematics is just not for this tutorial, probably just the Cine camera actor is the only one we need. Shapes is just if you want to add, it's just shapes to the scene, but it's not gonna explore this right now. Just so let you know that you got this geometry here to add. You got media plate, not gonna use that. Visual effects, yes, post-process volume, for example, volumetric cloud and sky atmosphere might be handy when the times comes. So got some volumes here and some, I mean, this is all the classes and you can always search for example, if I want the cube, it goes here, or if I want the directional light, I can search that from here as well. But also, if I go to Window and then load the UE4 classic layout, this is the one that I had in Unreal Engine 4, which is the one I generally use because I've got all the placing actors in here. And I think it's way easier to search for stuff in here. For example, if I want volumes or geometry, it's just right there instead of going in here. This will be about blueprints and we'll explore this maybe in this video, maybe in another more advanced or medium type of exercise. But this is for interactions and things that we want to occur during game time. In here, we can add level sequence, but we also do that click and right click, and I'm going to show you in a minute. This is to play this level. So it's going to play just like an FPS. Well, not this case because I'm flying now, but we will bring a character just to play as a FPS. So just we can walk around our project. So the next things is this, we can play in different modes. We can play in this viewport. This is going to be our viewport. We can play into a new window as a standalone game mobile if we are doing this for a mobile, which we are not for this project. We can run a external window as a game, just separate process to this one that we are at the moment. We can simulate, and this is helpful to play things in or to simulate physics. And we can choose if the player spawn at the current camera location, which is where I am now, or a default player star. And this is a default player star. You can always drag one in, and that's where you're going to start to play every time in the game. So we also have here platforms, and this is when we are ready to package our project. So we go here, Windows, package the project. If you are developing for Linux or any other platform, it's pretty much the same thing. Just the configurations are different, and for packaging we will need Visual Studio. But again, I'm going to show you that when the time is right. So with that done, we can explore what the content browser is, and this is going to be pretty much our tool for where we want to bring stuff in, like geometry, where we're going to create materials. This is going to be pretty much our file. And just to show you how this looks in your Explorer, you can go here, right click and show in Explorer. So this is basically what a project in Unreal looks like. You got your executable, which is you can start your project from here. You got the configurations that are into this project, this template. You got some cache and intermediate. Well, don't need to worry about any of those. The main thing is the content browser, which is here. And this, for example, is where my level is. And got the thumbnail. Let's save all. And let's see if it appears. Oh, it's not here, sorry. It's on the content. This is my main. So you can see here my main UMap, although you can't configure it or access in here. So just always use the content browser for that. Just wanted to show how it looks in Explorer. So with the content browser, you got some buttons here. You can add stuff in, like import game, add feature content pack, again, Quixel content. It's pretty much similar to one of those, but it has a little bit of stuff that we can add to the content browser itself. For example, we got the blueprints that I mentioned, we got the cinematics, the level sequences to go in here. You can also got the materials, the textures, use an interface for menus, etc. But also you can access that by right-click in your content browser, and this will show up as well, the same as this one. Here is the folder structure. This one is the engine itself, which we don't touch, or at least if we want to find something, we just search for specifically that item and bring it on, or a material or something like that. But we always work within this content blank default. And to create a folder, we can just go right click, new folder, and call this Wood Lodge. If I press space, it's not going to allow me to write that as with the space or funny character, like for example, no. You see, here you got the list of characters as an example. So just use underscore and you go, that done. And we can go inside and create, for example, a new level and call this LVL for level and Wood Lodge. But actually, I prefer to get this a little bit more organized. So I'm gonna create a new one and call these levels and then move that there. And let's save all in here, Control Shift S. Also, you can, for example, you can do something funny with this, like assign a color. So right click, set color. So I'm just right clicking this folder here. And I'm gonna look for this orange there. So it's quite easy to find stuff when you're looking at colors. At least for me it works when I'm looking for textures. I know it's a red folder. If I'm looking for materials, I know it's a green, etc. Also, there are some settings here. You can show filter display horizontally or vertical if you want list of or columns, or using tiles. I recommend just using the tiles. And the thumbnail size probably is one of those things that you might want to use, but also you can do control, and with the scroll wheel increase the size of it. Also really important is this filter here, where you can filter per actor type or per asset type. So if you want to just show levels, it's just going to show levels in here. So it's these three that are in this. If I just unfilter that, it's going to show you everything. So I can just remove that, or you can search for the name of the asset if you know. Okay, now we can look at this size here, and let's show this works as a layer. So you can have different assets into it. For example, if I add a cube, it's going to be right here on the floor. So I can set this, go into this folder here with a plus, and then create a new folder called static meshes. In this case, we can do the space, so no worries about that. So I can move this one here, or even make this cube a child of that floor. So if you move, is that floor, that cube is going to follow that floor, which also might be really helpful in some situations. I'm gonna just delete that. So I got my folder here. This is actors. All of this, we're gonna explore this when just in a few minutes. But the important thing is these details here. So for example, if I select an asset, it's going to give me some details and the position and transformation in the world space. So this is our world space in 3D. And we got the location. So this is actually in the 0, 0, and 20. So the X, let me face it, that is the X. This will be the Y, and this is the Z. As you can see here, it's moving along. And rotation as well. You can rotate from here in each axis, and scale too. This is where the static mesh sits. In this case, this is a static mesh, which is the geometry, and the materials are the gas. And there's some details like the physics, the collision, if it has any. This is for the lighting, if we are baking to override the light map resolution, and tags, etc. So we've got plenty of stuff there, but just let's keep things simple. And if I select another asset, or another actor, in this case, it's going to give me different details, although the transform is pretty much the same. But we got some other options in here. This one is set to movable, and something to just be in mind is that static works for static meshes like the structure, the walls we're gonna use, probably some of the furniture. Stationary is when you want for example, the light to be stationary. It doesn't move, but it affects the world, like the illumination or what is the intensity of the light. And movable is pretty much moved around the 3D space, and it is great for actors that move, or for example a door that opens when we interact with it, or when we pass a certain volume. That's what they call it. This is pretty much, you will recognize a volume by this cube here. It might sometimes be circular or cylindrical, but it's pretty much an empty geometry with some lines. So that's what happens if we want an actor to be movable. So for static mesh that are not going to be moved, it's going to be static, and for anything else is or stationary or movable. And now I have shown you all of this, but haven't explained you how these work, and let's go with it. So got different options here. If I click this button here, you got real time off and on. You can select, real time pretty much is how the engine is rendering, if it's real time or if it's off. Sometimes I try to keep my system like in without forcing it too much. So if the project is too big or if I sense that is pushing it too hard, I just set this to real time off. And then when I want to see what changes I made, I just get back to on. We can show the FPS, and for example, for a first-person character like a walkthrough, it's great to aim always at 60 FPS. The higher the better, so it's something to take into consideration, but you can also play in 30 FPS. So I would say 30 FPS should be your minimum to show to a client. We can also go into show stats. This is just to statistics, and it's not something we're gonna look at this at the moment. This is the field of view of our camera. So when we move, by the way, I'm just moving around with the left click. So I prefer to have this at 90 as it was. Cinematic control, that's for the sequences, yeah, it's fine. Game view, if it shows, for example, this axis here or not. So you can see the gizmo, it disappears, everything will disappear beside the floor. Immerse mode is just to work in this space. It's great for just looking things on the full screen. And let's see it. We can create bookmarks. For example, if I'm in this position here, and let's look at the what is it called? The shortcut. So it's Control-0. Control-0. Oh, it's not the one. Oh, Control+0. So it saved the bookmark there. So Control+1 and save bookmarks 1. So if I press 0, it's going to take me to the first bookmark. If I press 1, to that second one as well. By the way, don't get confused if, for example, some stuff start at 0. Generally, some of the case, something, for example, a character starts at 0, the priority. So it's the first one, and then the other ones are the second one. But I can explain this when we get into the blueprint side of it. And we can also click all bookmarks. So get back to, so if I press 0, nothing happens. We can create a high resolution. Oh, by the way, we can create a cinema camera actor as well here, or as a camera actor. I always recommend you to use the Cine Camera Actor. You got more stuff that is close to the real life camera. So I always use the Cine Camera Actor. So you can create right from here, or you can also drag from here as well. So each way, it depends which one you prefer, but both ways are fine. You got a high resolution. Here, if you want to take a screenshot, sometimes I add the timestamp, sorry, then a multiplier 2, then capture, and it's gonna open this window here, and you can see here's my screenshot there. But I don't recommend you to use this one for your renderers unless you're in a really tight deadline. But either way, with the movie render queue, you can do some renders still shot in less than a minute or less than 30 seconds. So this one only used for a quick screenshot of the screen and to send the client. That's all I use it for. And layouts, it's pretty much like 3ds Max and all the other 3D software, so you got different layouts to play around that. But I'll just stay with the default one. In here you got your views, so you got perspective, you got the top view, which will go into wireframe, but you can change that to lead or on lead or wireframe again. Then the button, well, everything is self-explanatory here. So this is just the view. And if you want to go back to perspective, just click there or press Alt-G and you're back to perspective. Also, I can pilot this center camera actor here, which is the camera there. Then I can just exit. As you can see here, there's a little window that appears. This is what the camera sees. And I can, by the way, you can pin this as well. So for example, if I select something else, I still get that view. And you can also pilot from here. Whoops, should be, oh, hold on a second, Control-Shift-P. Or maybe this one, I can pilot it from here. But I used to be able to right click and pilot it. Well, a strange way. But either way, I can just go here, place camera, and maybe it was in cinematic view. No. By the way, cinematic view is how it will look and like when we do the level sequence. So that's what we're going to use when we start working with level sequence and when we start creating animations and still renders. Right, so just click down and let's go to the next bit, which is this view. I show you a little bit of what this was. For example, lead is the normal mode. On lead is without lighting. Wireframe, self-explanatory. Detail lighting is pretty much just the lighting only. Detail lighting is pretty much the global with the skylight and the sun. Skylight is, let's say, it's your indirect lighting. That it helps calculate the whole light in Unreal. So you always use the skylight, but in some case, for example, it's already inside a blueprint like that one there. And I explain you this when the time comes. So reflections, see how the reflections are in your level. This is great if you're using, for example, the stream reflections, the cube reflection, that's for baking the lighting. That's something you will need to do for the build. But we are blessed with Lumen, so we're gonna use Lumen for our project. It's quite faster to do. It's more expensive in the term of the system, but it's way better in terms of time, and you can deliver projects quickly. You don't need to worry about light maps and resolutions of those light maps and if they are okay or not. It's yeah, Lumen is the way for me at least. You got the player collisions. So this is your player collision there. You got the visibility of those collision. You got the path tracing, which is unbiased render, just like Cycles or Corona or V-Ray. So it's great to have this in case a client really needs a really great really great render. So that's the way you should go with. Then we got some other optimization view modes like light complexity, and we can have a look in this when our project goes into, well, when we got pretty much all our assets and the lighting, we can always look for those optimization view modes. And for example, the shader complexity is really nice to see, for example, what the comparison is between like a simple material and a translucent one. Also some views modes for the lumen, see how the geometry normals work, are in Lumen and some statistics, virtual shadow map, etc. And this is OCIO. It's more like for like cinematic coloring, and we don't need to worry about this right now. We are gonna just render like in a PNG normal way. Got this show, and this one shows the collision. By the way, I'm just gonna go back to lit. So you can show the collisions, you can delete, not show the grid, and yeah, you got some things that you can filter here. For example, yeah, like I show you the collision. If you want to see the collision, the navigation, if there is any skeletal meshes or not, and filter things out basically. And here you will see different modes. One is to select objects, which is with Q. We can select any objects with that. In this case, it changed to the next one, which is translate objects. So if I am here, I press Q, I can select this, and it's still there. Yeah, it's still selected. But if I go into here, sorry, into the camera, it goes into translate mode. And from translate mode, we got this gizmo here, like I explained, is like in the X axis, in the Y, in the Z, goes up and down. So in Unreal, the X, this X is going to be our front, and our green is going to be our side. And this is, I think it's the way the engine was built, and don't get confused too much about it, don't worry. But for example, in any other project, in any other software like 3ds Max, Blender, etc., the Y, I would say this one, the negative Y, is gonna be our front, and the X is gonna be our sort of like our side. But in this case, in Unreal, X is front, or the red is the front, and the Y is the side, or the other axis. So that's something to just to be mindful when, especially when doing some blueprints where we need to rotate in any of these axes. But when we import, you will see that it's going to be facing the Y in here. So this is our gizmo. Just gonna select this one, and probably I'm gonna hide this pressing H. Oops, not this one. Sorry. I can hide things, sorry, by pressing H. And I want to go into, let's just take this one from here so I can work on this floor. So my gizmos here, where I can work in 2 axes. For example, this one in the red and the blue, and this one on the Y and the Z. Or if I press all together, it's gonna be, sorry, just gonna return that. It's gonna be the whole thing in all the axes. And look in here, the transformation, how it behaves. Right, next one is rotate. We can rotate with E, and it's rotating on each axis. You will see that the gizmo change like that. It's quite helpful. But I don't know if you realize there is some snappings here, and the same things happen for scale, which is my scale gizmo. Change like that, or again, same principle. But there are some snapping here, so I can turn this off or lift this to 5 degrees. So when I rotate, pressing E, I rotate in a space of 5 degrees. Every 5 degrees it's going to rotate, or 3 rotation, no snap. Same with the resize, the sizing of stuff. You can even lock this and scale. Whoops, not in this case. Let's see. Oh, well, in this one, you can select 3, for example, and it's going to scale uniformly. Just something to be in mind. And this arrow here serves just to tell you where the position was. You got some cycles that transform gizmo between local and world. I always try to work on local. I think it's world. Yeah, it's pretty much this one here. Just leave it like that. And this is to control how objects snap to surface. So surface snapping, let's see if I can bring, if I press N, it goes into that collision there. And I think the best one to show you this is with the sphere. And let me increase this and bring a, yeah. So you can see, let me snap this. It's snapping to that surface there. You see how it rotates? So it's quite handy when building walls on it, but just let me just think, because it's snapping to the center, it's playing it funny, but it's, you see pretty much the effect there. Well, it basically goes around that surface there. That's what I wanted to show you. So this is the scale to show. This is the camera speed. If I move, the camera speed goes way faster than it is, and it goes back to 0.9, I believe it was. There is normal one. And this is just the grid if you want to show the grid, but this only happens in cinematic viewport. So if I go back to default viewport, then the camera speed, well, it went to 1, and we can again change that speed there. Or we can press right click and then the mouse wheel, and you will see that it's changing there. Yeah, but all of that is great, but how do we move? And I should have started with this earlier, but you move in different ways. So you got W, and it's not moving now because I need to press the mouse. So if I press left click, I can move in any direction. So for example, to the front, to the back, and then turn. If I press the right click, I can turn in any direction, but I can't move. If I press the 2 together, I can pan. So in pretty much on the 2D axis. But if you press the right click and W, for example, it goes to the front, S to the back, A to the left, and D to the right. And you can just turn. It's basically like a first-person shooter character, or if you ever play one of those when you were younger, and or you still do. It doesn't need to be younger to play video games, that's for sure. And also you got another option is to orbit, pressing Alt, and then go with Alt. But it's probably I need to focus on something. And I'm just going to press F to focus on this. That is the shortcut. And now I can orbit around that actor. Now if I press here, again with Alt, I can focus on that. So the bookmark is great if you are lost as well, but also you can go back and, for example, go into here and then press F and it will bring you back. So with that done, now it's time to bring some assets. But first, let me go into the Wood Lodge, the levels, and open that level. I don't want to save any of that, just so you see what's happening in here. It's all dark and we need to bring some light into it. And how do we bring that? So you got different options. We can go into light, bring a point light, for example. It's not gonna show anything because it's not reflecting in anything. So not gonna use that one there. I'm gonna bring a directional light and see what's happening. Nothing. So what was going on? We need to bring a skylight here, and nothing is happening. And why is that? It's because this sun basically needs some effects. For example, sky atmosphere. Now we start seeing something. So without sky atmosphere, with the sky atmosphere. And then we can bring clouds to it. If it's the one, is this the one that I want? Oops. I can't see any cloud yet. So let me see if this was the right parameter. Sky atmosphere and the clouds. There you go. We got some clouds. Actually, let's bring a sort of like a plane and bring it to 0, 0, 0. And everything else into 0, 0, 0. Let's focus so we see where we are. Everything is on top of each other, so we can just move it out. And there you go. We got some lights in here. And this is one method that we can use. Also, let me just delete all of this. And something that some people do is to go into Window and go into, where was this? Environment Light Mixer. So we can just create a skylight, create a atmospheric light, create a volumetric cloud, create a sky atmosphere, create a high fog. There you go. Everything is set as per pretty much the beginning of the template. So in case you are lost or see everything black, just go into Environment Light Mixer. Let's do that again, just so we have some repetition done. So Windows, Environment Light Mixer, add all of them, and now you can even change the intensity here, or you can go into each actor and then play around with the values there. And you can see here that the light is sort of like, it's like adapting to our eye, and that's not something we want. Well, at least at the beginning. And we're gonna go into here, place actor, and look for a post-process volume. Let's go that. Let's put it on the 0. And maybe just 100 here. Or even you can put it whatever you want. But if we go into here, outbound, it was extend. Oh, it's not here. Where is that? post-process volume, infinite, extend, unbound. That's what I was looking for. So it's going to affect the whole scene. And got here the exposure. I got here different modes. For example, I can pretty much like a camera just move with the exposure, and that's how it works. But I like to keep it on manual and then work with this. Then do not apply physical camera, and then I can just move it to 0. So that's one method, and we're going to leave the post-process volume. I can just go here and select this as a volumes and effects. And then I can put all of this into one folder and then call this lighting method 1. And I'm gonna just toggle the visibility out. Now, if I go back to lights, I can add a HDRI backdrop, which also is really handy to have, but it seems that nothing is reflecting, so we might need to add a directional light, which is our sun, and we can even increase the size of this, let's say 1000, and then the projection to 200. It's a little bit fiddly sometimes, this projection, and here you can see how it projects the floor. So if I go out of it, let's see if I can show you this. Basically, this is a dome, and HDRI is set into this dome, and this works great in some situations for interiors and photo shoot for like cars and like things like that. It works really nice. So this is one option that certainly we will look at it. And I think that's pretty much it. To add clouds to it is not gonna look good, but we can always look for that cloud and see how this looks. Well, it doesn't even show enough because we need the sky, I think the sky atmosphere for that. But to be honest, you only need the HDRI backdrop just to add a directional light to it. So I'm gonna select these two and set this to lighting method 2 and hide that. The other one, which is some of the ones I use the most, is the sun sky, although I use a bespoke version of it. And oh dear, it's really bright. So I need to go here, directional light, and turn this to 10 maybe. And I got my sun skies here. And I like this because you got here, don't worry about this black background. By the way, you can go into look for a fog, exponential high fog, just bring it in and that will do the trick. So what I like about this sun sky is that you can set the location of your project and even have some north offset, the date, the time, the parameters are quite fairly easy to modify, so you can have a widget or a blueprint where you can modify this value. Sorry. So I can set this, for example, the time of the day. It moves. You see, got some afternoon. You got some No, well, that was the morning, and this is the afternoon one. So you see, it behaves like in real life, which is nice to expose for a client, and they can just modify them. And pretty much I like to use ACRI as well, although it's a bespoke version of it combined with SunSky. So these parameters here are really great for architecture and for everything that is supposed to represent the real life. And that is because we already know the coordinates of this, or if you don't know how to get them, I'm just going to open my browser and go into maps, google.com. For example, I can look for London and set here, you will see this is my location here. So you go Google Maps, maps place London at 51. So this is the coordinate we use for the latitude, and this is the one that we use for the longitude. So I can, then the time zone is 0 in London, and for example, if you want to offset this, you can do, and now this should behave as it is in London on June 21. So it's pretty much close to it. So when it's 9:30 in here in the UK, it's probably like this. So that's the great thing about SunSky, and it's always great to have different options for our project. I'm just going to name this lighting method 3. And I think if I play now, I'm gonna have some issues. Yeah. So if you are having 3 different lighting methods, then you should just choose at the beginning which method you, well, it doesn't need to be at the beginning. To be honest, I only I only sort the lighting when I've got all my assets in, because it depends on the vegetation, of the shadows, of how it behaves. So that's when I decide to move the to work with the lighting. But it's nice to see it now, just so you can start any project. Just put your lighting, your preferred lighting method, sorry, and start working right now. Okay, now we can save all of this. By the way, something I didn't show you is that this directional light, let's see it here. Just let me move all of this stuff out just so it's easier to read. And this is volumetric cloud. If you press Control L, you can not move the sun right now, because I need to select here and then look for what is called a atmosphere. Oh, it is enabled. Oh, let me see why this is not behaving like it should. And sky atmosphere is done, is enabled, yeah. Okay, sky, no. So it should, maybe it's something wrong with my, let me see if I, okay. Let me see if it's moved now. So I don't know what happened there. But as you see, it's going to have the same effect that the SunSky has. I need to find out why I can't move with the Control L, because we should be able to just drag this out, and maybe let me just delete this sun sky, bring another one, and then okay. Don't know what happened with the other one, probably when I moved them to 0, 0, but you see here I can move the direction of this light. Let's see if I can bring a cube here. There you go, with the shadow. Then I'm gonna move, and you can see the shadows, which is really cool to do this in real time. Okay, with that done, let's bring some assets. Okay, before we import our assets, I'm just gonna grab my sun here, the directional light, and I'm just gonna place it back to something like that. I would say it's fine. Whoops, don't know what I did there. There you go. Okay, now we can start bringing stuff in, and I'm going to go into Wood Lodge here and create a new folder called Meshes. You can call it static meshes or any name you want, to be honest. And I'm gonna go in and going to select FBX. Create a new folder called FBX. So we're gonna start by importing an FBX. Go inside, and then I'm going to right click and import to game, Wood Lodge, meshes, etc. So I'm gonna go right here, which is my location, go into FBX. Don't worry, you will have access to all these files with the link in the description. And for this one, I'm going to select this one here. I've got some separates, and I'm going to show you why in a minute after we do this one. But it's just different methods or different workflows. So I'm gonna select that one, open. It's gonna take a little bit. Well, it doesn't take that long. So this is the FBX import options. So a couple of things I want to change here. I don't have any skeletal mesh, so it's fine in false. Build nanite. I'm not going to build nanite at the minute because not all the assets are worth building nanite for. So I always look at the threshold of maybe 500,000 triangles to start using nanite, because nanite, although it's great for those big assets with a lot of geometry, you will find that it can be a little bit daunting on the system if everything is nanite. So I always try to keep like things under 500,000 without nanite, and I'm just gonna work as it is now. I don't want to generate missing collisions, because I always generate some like complicated collisions that I don't want for that. I don't want to generate any light map because I'm not gonna bake the light. Everything else can stay the same. This is all the same. The convert is in yes. I don't need to forward from x-axis. This will rotate my asset. If you want, you can do this, and they, like I say when I was explaining about the gizmos, it's just going to rotate your model to face the x-axis. It's nice to have that option there, but to be honest, I never used it. I want to convert the scene unit just in case there is any issues with the unit system. On the material side, I'm gonna leave that to local, it's fine. I'm not gonna create a material because I want to have a blank canvas. I'm not gonna import any textures. And advanced, everything is fine. And here's some information like the Blender version and stuff like that. So I'm going to import all. Okay, so it took a little bit of time. Don't worry about that. If it takes 5 minutes, it's fine. So I've got all my assets here, and I can just select them, drag them in, and go here in the location and place it into 0, 0, 0. We can get rid of this plane, so we got it like that. And that is our project for this exercise. It's a really nice house. I think it's like a holiday house in the woods, so it's gonna be a nice project when we finish it. So the difference in here, although it has a blank sort of material or no material at all, if I go, for example, this chair, I select that, I go here, double click, this window is going to appear. And this is what my chair is. But you see here, I still got the slot for the material. So even if you say to Unreal, don't bring the materials in, it's going to respect the slots. So for example, this one, it has the black one, which is all the structure, and then has the fabric, which is just the seed. And here we can explore things like adding a simple collision, enable nanite if it's needed. For example, this one has 700,000 triangles, so it justifies using enable nanite for that, and we can just click there and apply changes. So let's see if this doesn't take too long. Well, it took a little bit of time, but there you go. You got the fallback triangles now and the vertices as well. So that nanite is completely justified for this case. Something I didn't show because it didn't show up on this window is this message log. And don't get too worried about it unless it's like in red. Everything it's fine. It's just some issues maybe with some geometry overlapping or things like that. But in this case, don't worry about what is that. But now this is something we need to look into, like for the nanite stuff, is when gets you that sort of ugly geometry, we can go into, let's say, ray tracing, and let's enable it or disable it. It's the other way. So it's more with the ray tracing, and there are some commands that we can use to override this, but it's just something. Just don't worry about that. When we do like the quality control of the project, we will focus on that. I just wanted to show you how to enable nanite, and you can also enable nanite from here. So right click nanite and then enable nanite there. Okay, so what is the difference and why you should consider to use FBX? So one of the main drawbacks is that your gizmo is set into the 0, 0 coordinates. So for example, if I want to select this one, I need to go into zeros to look for the gizmos, and it's not that great to by the way, is snapping onto the surface. It's not a great way to move your assets. Just gonna untick that. So one way to do it is you can right click. Let me just select this one, it's easier. And then go into pivot here and set pivot offset here. You can set it as a snap. And now I can move this quite easily there. But if I select this one and I go back to that, see where my gizmo is. So I'm just gonna go 0, 0, 0. So one way to do it this permanently is to go into selection mode go into modeling, then go into X form, then edit pivot, and I'm just going to drag this right about there, like in the center. It doesn't look much center to me. I think it's something like that. And yeah, 0, 0, that's fine. Then gonna go upset and then go back into selection. And now my gizmo is going to be there permanently. So it's just one way if you need to move stuff around, and you can do it. So some of these doors are already in the X on the 0 because I want this to open when I get in, so it's easy to have it for a blueprint side of it. But at least it's everything is set up properly for this project. And I think I'm gonna work with this FBX for the whole project, but I'm gonna show you some other methods that we can use. So now let's actually, I'm just going to select all of this static meshes, and I'm going to delete them. I'm going to Control Shift S to save, and I'm going to show you other method. So this is FBX, this is FBX separate, and here I'm going to show you how to do this separately. So open, same, it's going to save the same parameters you set the first time. Just bear in mind that if you change anything and then you need a different parameter for this new import, you will need to go and change things out. But it's going to be safe. So I'm gonna let this import and get back to you. Okay, so everything got imported, and now that I realize I should have separated this into folders, look, just for structure, furniture, etc. But I can go here simply and type structure. So everything with the structure name into it is going to be selected. I'm going to call this structure, just so it's everything there. And just to show you this quickly, and basically, if you got, for example, a lot of geometry that is already on FBX, a big library, I do have some assets in FBX, like for projects I have worked before, and I already got them pretty much ready to import. So if I want to bring a sofa, now this sofa has the gizmo where I set it originally. So I can just drag in and then change let me go into unlit mode. Then I can change where the position is, and it's easier to do it as well. So if, for example, you are constantly working on it, and again, if you have a big library of assets, you just can drag in your assets and work with it from those FBX separately. So that's another option just to take into consideration. But now we are going to explore some options, some new options as well. And let me just go back to lit mode, and structure is going out. So I can well, save all of this if I want to. Just let it save. I'm going to delete this when we are done. So now we can use something called USD. And this was developed by Pixar and made it open source. So basically it's a format that allows you to work in different software but following the same universal principle of materials and geometry. So you can transfer data from other 3D software to like around 3D software without losing the details, or yeah, pretty much without losing any details, and bringing animations and textures and materials. So for this, I'm gonna need to go into project settings. No, actually it's plugins. So edit, plugins, and then look for USD. So got the USD importer, is still in beta. So select that. And it's gonna ask me to restart. So let's do that. So it took about, I would say, 3 minutes to compile the shaders again. I can update this file there as well. And now, if I want to import ASUD, I can do it. But first I want to go into Window and go into virtual, it's not virtual production. Sorry. Where was that? Oh, USD Stage Editor. I can just drag this in and then File and New. We can create a new cache. I think it's, don't know if it is. I think this is related with saving the USD, but let's call this USD Wood Lodge. So it's gonna be saved in there, and then I can go into Open. So Wood Lodge USD, and then select this one here. Yeah, save selected. No, just don't want to save. I think it was overwriting the USD cache. So something you might find, it's going to load a little bit quicker than the FBX method. Let's see. Yeah, I think it loaded faster than the method with the FBX. So let's see here. Oh, by the way, I'm not in the right level. I forgot to open that. Actually, I'm just gonna go to here, and I'm gonna delete all of this. Let me just delete them. And I want to go into this. Don't save any of that. And remember, we used it to the lighting method 1 for this exercise, just for the minute. Then, okay, now let's see. Is this catch? No. Let's open it. And again, sorry about this. Okay, it was fast. So, as you can see, there are some materials, and this is what I exported from Blender. So some of the material has been applied, same position for this. Let me just move that out. But now, all my, what's it called, the gizmos position, all the origin is in the asset as per Blender. But some of them are inverted, and I think it's some configuration with the, let me see if this changed. Well, no, what it did was it rotated everything. So it's not what we need. So the Z is the one that is going up. And just, I mean, if you did it, it's okay, but it might have crashed. It didn't crash on mine, but I think it's because there's a lot of geometry in it. It took some time, maybe I would say 2 minutes to do this. But well, the second time was faster to do. And I'm looking at that because, for example, if I go here and select Control B. It's not gonna show anything. I need to go into details and go it here. So it is rotated in that way. So if I want to bring this asset in, I need to rotate it on the, I think it's on the Y. And let's do that just as a matter of testing. But this is one of those things that sometimes happen with the USD. By the way, I would recommend you to use USD for sure. If you got your project in Blender with all the textures and everything is working great, yeah, use USD. But if you're constantly changing things, like for example, I've got some clients that they are constantly changing the position of the furniture, and that is not even the worst case. The worst case is when you bring more assets and then you want to use your own materials. If you go here, you can reload everything, but it's going to go back to the default. So I think it's still in beta, so there's a couple of things that might need to be revised, but I think it's always a great way to import assets. Just bear in mind that rotation issue. Sometimes I don't know why that happens. Probably is the configuration I export when I use the USD in Blender. So I need to keep exploring those issues with the rotation. So I'm going to go into actions, and sorry, I think my computer is starting to get hot, so the fan, you might hear the fan in the background. But I'm gonna go into actions, go import, and then go to wood, meshes, USD, and then click in there. And then you got some options here. You got actors. Yes, I want all of them. Groom assets. No, I don't think I'm gonna need any of those. Materials, textures, yeah. The context to import Unreal. This is for all purpose. Proxy, I would use render state. No, just render. The threshold, I'm gonna say 500,000, just so it applies Nanite automatically. This is all fine, and I think that should be it. Now this is going to import into this folder here. This show in, and then I'm just gonna go save selected. And as you can see, all my assets are here, materials, the static meshes, which are rotated. Let me see if this one is rotated as well. No, so probably is the transform of those, some of those material, some of those assets wasn't done properly. So some of them are fine, but the other ones, so must be in some of those assets didn't have the transform applied, like for the rotation of them, and that's what was happening. So just when you export from Blender, just make sure, or even any project, that you apply the transform for the rotation, which is going to be most important for what we're trying to do. So where is my gizmo? There you go. So that's something you need to take into consideration. Okay, we have done the USD. Now we can jump into what is the Datasmith plugin, which is going to be really helpful with so many of you if you use this software. So just gonna delete all of them. This USD actor, and let me just delete that. So everything is fine. Let's save all. Don't worry, we will get rid of those, some of those assets here, just so it the project gets a little bit lighter. Okay, now let's explore DataSmith plugin. So we got some software that are compatible with DataSmith, and got 3ds Max, SketchUp, Revit, Naviworks, never heard of it, SolidWorks, Graphisoft, the ArchiCAD, Rhino, etc. So if you work with any of those software, that is great news for you. And for SketchUp, which is the first test we're gonna do, just download the exporter and then install it like normally on. I'm just gonna show you just so don't get a little bit mixed. Let's see. So it's just like a normal installer, so you don't need to mess with adding the warehouse add-ons and stuff like that. So just gonna drag my project here, and this window will appear when you install DataSmith. I just dragged it in there just for ease of use. So you got an option to synchronize, an option to auto synchronize the connections, export a DataSmith file, and the message. So which option do I recommend? I think the best one is to synchronize and then keep working on SketchUp while showing into Unreal. That's my personal preference. You can export the file if everything is all done in SketchUp. You can export the file and work from there, but if you got to do modification, the best thing to do is to sync. So I'm just gonna put it there and then go into connections. There is no connection found, and I'm just gonna go back to my project here, the wood lodge. Gonna go into quickly add to the viewport DataSmith, and you got two options: a file import, like I mentioned, you can export the file, the DataSmith file, and the direct link import. So it got different options here. I already got 3ds Max open. I'm just gonna select SketchUp for this example. So it failed to load, and I think is because it wasn't synchronized. So I need to synchronize this, and it's just going to take its time. The connections are all done, and I'm gonna go back here, and I can now direct link import, select, and there you go. You got the connection done. So I'm just gonna create a new folder here, call it DataSmith, and then I can create a new folder, subfolder called SketchUp. Sketch. All right, and then go to OK. Now you got only these options. It's so nice to have just these 5 parameters here, and then you got all the parameters here for the baking light, which we don't need, so I'm just gonna turn that off. And geometry and materials, yeah, I want to add those in. I don't want to add any lights because I prefer to work directly with the lights in Unreal. So it was quite fast, but also because if you see my file here, I put less geometry than in my other files, just because SketchUp it's not that quick when you got heavy geometry onto it. So I just selected this geometry just as a matter of example. Now I've got here with even some materials in that I applied in SketchUp. And the glass, this is the normal glass they have in SketchUp. This is the wood, normal wood they use in SketchUp as well. And look at this now if we want to add a geometry. So let's add something here. And I'm gonna extrude this And now let's see, when I click synchronize, gonna go back and it's here. Successfully re-imported this file there. But this one is gonna be in the 0, axis. Same as everything else if you bring from SketchUp. So that's because it is the case when I export it and when I import it into SketchUp. But this is great if you work with SketchUp and you can, or the client send you a SketchUp file, you can already bring that in, or the skeletal, the structure of this file into Unreal, just like that, real quickly. So when I look into here, you see SketchUp, it created another subfolder and with all the geometry, and I can bring more geometry if I want, but again, that gizmo is there. So this is another option, really nice to have if you use SketchUp. Now let's go, I'm just gonna close this because I don't need it, and because my computer is gonna blow, it seems. No, I'm joking. I hope to finish the tutorial first. Now I'm gonna go into Revit, and I've got my, this is pretty much same as I got in SketchUp. If I go into 3D view, there you go. And I can just move around and see it's the same geometry that is in SketchUp. Now, when I go back into this page, it says that the Revit exporter supports 2018 to 2023 for Revit 24 plus the functionality included in Revit. So I can download for this Revit version. And I need, this is a little bit tricky to do because it's not a matter of going to the Epic Games and installing Twinmotion here. No, for this, I need to go into Autodesk, and that on the Autodesk and Revit, and to install the Twinmotion, it's gonna give me a link to this part here where I need to download and install this version, this Twinmotion for Revit. It's a little bit convoluted, but when you download and install this version, it's going to work fine on Revit. I'm just gonna leave this link in the description just so you know that it is there. It's quick access. So let's go back to Revit now. And I'm going to go into View, Twinmotion, but I'm not gonna send it to Twinmotion, so I'm not gonna open it. I'm going to synchronize, but first I'm gonna create the connection. So let's see. So no connection there. That is fine. So I need to synchronize this first. Also, you got the export to Datasmith and some and some parameters you can change. I never changed any of that, to be honest. So I can synchronize. So everything is just exporting. But now I need to go into here. Let me go back to Datasmith, then Datasmith and direct link. And now you can see the process is for Revit and Datasmith exporter. So just gonna select that. Now, because it's synchronizing, now it doesn't show any errors there. So Datasmith, new subfolder, call this Revit. I select the Revit, get OK, same parameters, go import. And now let's see if this brings anything on. It's slowly getting there. Well, not slowly, it's getting there quite quickly. And you can see, same thing, I've got some materials here that apply, like the glass is there. just on Revit way. But now if I go back to Revit and gonna go into architecture and then select a wall, I create a wall here, maybe it's too tall. Let me just snap that there, and there, and there. And then let's add some windows here and there. Let's see if it brings anything in. Okay, modify view and then twin motion synchronize. So it's exporting there, and so you can see all my walls are here ready to be used. Good thing about this is that if I change the materials of it, it's not going to happen like the USD where everything is going to get reset to the original material state of that USD file. With Datasmith, I can apply materials that I use here in Unreal, and those materials are going to stay the same, but the geometry is the one that is going to be updated. For example, let me see if I can change this here. And then I'm going to go back to Revit, and I'm going to say, I'll delete that wall. I don't need it. Now, synchronize. As you can see, it deleted, but the state, it didn't go to the default state of that wood. So I can change these, and it doesn't need to be those materials from Revit. It can be any type of material. So it's going to respect that, and that is really great. On the USD side, we can do those things. So synchronize, and you got the auto sync, and I don't recommend you to use it because probably it's going to crash your computer because it's too many processes happening like real time, and it has crashed my computer a couple of times when I have to do it auto sync. So I always prefer to just do my stuff, click on synchronize, and then it's going to bring everything to Unreal when I hit that button. So with that done, I can now, let me just close this. I don't need to save any of this, and hopefully I'm taking out some heat from my PC, which is struggling with all those softwares opening. Now I'm going to delete this, all of this. So, by the way, I don't know if you realize these symbols here are not the meshes, but these are pretty much an axo with, like it says here, static mobility. So inside is where you will find your meshes here. For example, here, it's cool, but something I forgot to mention is the same thing happened. The pivot point is there, or at least I think that's because the way I exported to SketchUp. But now let's see how it works for 3ds Max. So got my 3ds Max here, my file. So in here I can put all the geometry I want, or at least for this project. And now I'm going to go into Datasmith here, and then the settings. No, I can even limit texture resolution, but no, that's fine. So I can export like that file or synchronize. Let me do the connection bit. I'm gonna go back here to Unreal, Datasmith, direct link import. Let's see. That error there. And what that happened, why that happened is because I haven't synchronized the first time. So, whoops, don't want to move that. I can synchronize this. So it's, you see the process here, 65%, 74. I got tired of waiting. It just took a minute, so I just jumped back to this. Now the direct link, we can check connections. It's into this project, so I can close this and see if I import this. Go back, Datasmith, direct link, import this 3ds Max. Then I can just go here, new folder, and call this 3ds Max. And let's import it there. Same thing. You can even import the cameras, but let's do it as a matter of test, just so you can see, in case you got some cameras and some animations that you already did in 3ds Max, you can also bring it into Unreal via Datasmith. Okay, now it took about 1 minute, or I would say 40 seconds, but it's usual because there is more geometry than in those of the Revit and SketchUp file. So now let's see something interesting here. By the way, at the time I was with a trial for Corona, so I used some Corona materials in there, and yeah, for the sofa I think I used a translucent one, hence it looks translucent there, but primarily was for the floor and for the walls and the outside as well. So see, it brought all of this in, but also my gizmos are in there. So you see here, this one as well. That is a great thing about importing from 3ds Max via Datasmith, and you can start working from these materials. For example, if I go here, these are all material instances, and this means like this is a child of a master material. So for example, this one here, I can go pine, and let's see some parameters here that I can change. And the next part of the video will be about materials, but this is just to show you things that you can do. This is more like the hue. So 0 is sort of like a black. So you can start working from this material if you want. And it's a great tool. It's a great plugin. I haven't used it that much, to be honest, because my projects are always made in Blender, and 3ds Max was just an investment I did recently for just for a couple of clients that might send me stuff from 3ds Max. But if I were to export from 3ds Max, I probably will use Datasmith because it's simple to do. And if I got any issues with for example, let's say I want to change the UV of this, I could go into modeling, go into what is it called, UVs, and then I think it's transform this. Let me see if I select all of it, or how do I select all of that? No, I can't. Not what I needed. But I can edit my UVs. I think it's with UV editor. Okay, because this has a textile density really big, I can see why this is showing like that. So 90 degrees, let's see. Oh, it didn't change. But yeah, we can explore this later on. Let's see. Oh, there you go. I just had to save it. So I can modify all these UVs or even create new UVs on those parameters. So it's definitely a helpful tool that you can use if you work with 3ds Max, or all your projects are done on it, or clients send you projects from 3ds Max. So there you go. And after this, we are going to start working on our master material and on material instances, and start working on our project. Just so you know, I'm going to be working with the FBX file just because it's a blank canvas, and we can start working from basically zero and apply those materials that we will create. Okay, see you in a bit. Okay, so back to it. I'm going to just drag and drop all my FBX like we did at the beginning of this section of importing files. And let me just decrease the size of my camera movement. There you go. And also I'm going to organize this a little bit. Let me just put them into a folder called static meshes. And I can even, if I want, I can just separate them into, for example, if I want just lights, well, it's only the wall lights, but I can also separate it into different categories of meshes if you want, like furniture, lighting, severals, etc. But just for this video, I'm just gonna leave it like this. Everything is in static meshes. Now I can go into only, let me just grab these two, just drag them in here and just place them where I need them to be, just tiny bit up thing. So everything is in position for when we start working on materials. And just gonna drop them in, and well, I can have a look into this later on. And this, I can delete that as well. Oh, that's the one I did. I think it's the duplicate of that coffee table, outdoor coffee table. Okay, so let's go into lit mode. Go back into our wood lodge project. By the way, we can assign a color to this. Just gonna go here. Oops. Let me just select set color, and then just look for this eye drop there, so we can have that visual that I've mentioned before. And same thing with meshes. Our colors are saved in here, so that's great. I'm going to delete all of this because I don't need them at the moment. I don't need to have 612 repeated assets, so I'm just gonna delete that. And it crashed. So don't worry if this happens to you. Probably it was something related with the, oh, actually it was with UESD. So if this is what happened with Unreal crash, so if it happens, don't need to worry too much unless it's breaking your project every time. So just send and restart, and that's going to restart the project. Okay, so it opened back, and I think, did it delete anything? No, it didn't. So I'm just gonna delete this separately. And this one didn't delete as well, so delete. That is fine. And the datasmith, let's see if it gives any error. Yeah, delete. Just so we can clean up a little bit the file, the project. So I think the issue is with the USD. And it is indeed. So that's the thing I mentioned about USD. Sometimes there are some issues with it, some errors. So I'm not entirely convinced of using USD just for this type of reason. at the moment, and still it's a beta. So one way we can do this is to show in Explorer, and I'm just gonna drag this here and then go here directly and delete. Was just send it to the recycle bin. Now let's see if maybe when I open the level, it's still there. Well, some errors there, but I think if I restart the project, it's gonna be fine. Let's do that just so it's properly done. Okay, just restarted the project and everything seems fine. So something it didn't save was the color. So a new color, then select your color here and then set it to that. Okay, now we can, actually I'm just gonna set this color to white. It's something I like to do for the project so I know which one is the main one. And okay, open the project, still my 3 lighting method, just going with number one. Now I can create a folder called Materials. I think I can also create another one called Textures now that we are in it. So Materials, we are going to have a master material, which is going to be like the base for or most of our materials in general. So right click and go to material, then call this M, then underscore, and then let's say main or basic material. And that's it. And I just reactivated back my mouse. I think I closed the app without realizing. Excuse me. So I got my basic material here. Now I'm just going to double click to open it. And I'm going to explain you a little bit what this is. This is going to be the result node of the material. So everything we do about this material, this is going to be our result node, the end. So it's quite similar to many other 3D softwares when you connect your base color, your metallic values, your roughness. So that's basically it. In here you got a visualization of that materials, and you can choose different meshes if you want. Also, you can use your own meshes, and it's gonna say you need to select a mesh base asset in the content browser to preview it. So I need to just go back to here, for example, mesh. Let's select this one and see, because the gizmo is not on the center of that, so it's just way out. But that's how you do it if you want to just visualize your own asset. Generally, the sphere is fine for this process. So here you got a couple of options. You got the material domain, if it's a surface, a decal, a light function, volume, if it's going to be for post-processing, or user interface for menus. So we are gonna use surface because it's the general one. Decals for just things like adding dirt to a geometry, but it's as it sounds, it's just a decal you put on top of it. Light function is for example, the bat sign in Batman. You can just drag the Batman sign and then put it into a spotlight, and then it's going to show the bat signal, and that's the best way I think I can describe this light function. It's sort of like a masking of that light. And then there's a couple of things like volumes and like I mentioned before. So the blend mode is something we will change when we create another type of material. So opaque is pretty much as it sounds, it's just a basic one, like a surface, any surface, like wood, fabrics. Well, it depends on the fabric, of course, but metals, etc. That's all opaque. Mask, if we want to use a mask to change the, I mean, to mask how the material behaves. And if I click on that, I've got this, you will see that there are different options available now. So like opacity mask, for example, translucent is for like glass. So as you see, things change in here, and you got other configurations that I haven't used, to be honest. I only use these three: opaque, the mask, and translucent. Shading model is if it's going to be unlit, if you don't want this material to generate any lighting into the scene. Got default lit, which is the pretty much the basic one. Subsurface, it's if you want like a layer on top of the material. Skin, you got clear coat, similar to subsurface, I believe. Or well, subsurface more like jade and like a glacier type of materials, and a clear coat is more like for cars. So you got like a metal, for example, like or carbon fiber type of textures, and on top you got like a layer, like a thin layer of I think I can show you here. So you see here it has like a thin layer. It's difficult to see maybe in the YouTube video, but there's a thin layer on top of that surface there. Then you got subsurface profile. I haven't explored that at the minute. Two-sided foliage. That's for the tree leaves and stuff like that. Hair, cloth, eye, etc. So we're gonna just focus on default lead and probably do the cloth as well, and even maybe some. Well, I might do clear code as well. It depends on how we go on time. It's two-sided if it's going to be, for example, I've got a plane here. Let me see. So you see the front face, you can see the material, but the back face you can't. So you can select two-sided and it's going to render on the back as well. Just it's more like for plane or for objects that have only one face, like glass, for example. So this option is going to be available on the material instance as well. And this is more like for laying this end result. We can layer different like materials. For example, for landscaping, we're probably going to use the use material attributes. And you got plenty of more stuff here, like translucency. If I change these to translucent, now I got more options here for the translucency, and also I think it was somewhere around, no, I think it was that one. So per vertex, surface translucency, forward shading probably is the one that we will use for some of the glass as well. But yeah, that option opens right now. I think in 5.3 and before, this was way down, so that's the reason I was looking for it down. But yeah, it's some options they are enabled as we enable this, or as we choose different blend modes. So on top, well, you see pretty much the same menus here, but the most important thing is going to happen here. And you got, for example, this material is surface and opaque. Let me change that back. You got a base color, which is going to be where we plug our color or where we choose our textures. So for example, if I go here and change to red, that's gonna change the color of that material there. And just go back to it, it's here, and it's black again. Metallic is as it sounds, how metallic is the surface. So 0 is no metallic. 1, it's going to be metallic. Maybe if I use let's see it better. Yeah. So that is, you can use like a half value, but to be honest, I always say it, or it's metallic or is it not a metallic. Specular is how the light affects these materials, it's not the reflection, but it's pretty much how the light affects these materials. So I don't know if you can see here. Maybe if I change the color to black and maybe roughness to 0. Maybe it's too black, so I'm just gonna move it. Can't see the reflection right now, but 0, and let me see 1. Okay, let's change this to 1. There is more. I think there is more, not reflection, but it's more like how the light intensity affects this material. I pretty much always leave it 0.5 is a good value, but sometimes we might just change things out. Roughness is pretty much how reflective this object is, this material is. So 0, it's highly reflective, like a mirror, because it's a metallic. So if I send that back, it's gonna be like a plastic. Let me see if I can show you this. You see here, there's the sunspot, and then if I press 1, the specularity, you can see it now. There, 0, excuse me, and 0.5. There you go. And its anisotropy is pretty much for metals that we want to stretch. You know, like in the base of a pan, when the light reflects into that pan, into that metal surface, it just gets stretched out. This will get stretched out. That's basically what it does, and it's in hand with this tangent map in here as well. So that was something we'll use with that. Emissive color, you can set a color to that. So for example, that's red. We can have, for example, a yellow, and it's going to be like a lampshade, like a sort of like a glass lampshade. So that's basically it. Well, it's just turning that material into an emissive. Normal is for the surface of this material. So if you want, if you have bricks and want to show the surface, and it's pretty much like a 3D, sort of like a bump to this texture, to this material. And so just to simulate like a 3D sort of mesh or surface, I would say. It's more like a surface. Instead of modeling from 0 or showing all these surfaces, it's more efficient to use normal. Ambient occlusion is pretty much the cavity of this material, so just the dark spots becoming darker or lighter is pretty much the shadowing. And pixel depth offset, I haven't used this, to be honest, and I will need to explore what all of these about. But you know, you don't need to know all of it. Like it would be really difficult to know Unreal from 0 to 100%. So if you can work with 10%, that, believe me, is enough. Is 10% of Unreal, that's plenty to deliver a great project. So how this work then? You got some vectors, or this is going to be a little bit of math that we're going to be using in this space. And we got a constant and parameters that we can expose into other materials that are going to be child of this material itself. So we call those materials instances, which is basically a child of this material. So instead of Unreal calculating the same thing, all the graph over and over for different materials, different measures, we got a master material or series of master materials that has all its instances that we can just quickly change parameters and work with them. And it is way more efficient than going like onto each material and working on those nodes. So you got on the base color here, and this is the first thing we're gonna look at. So I'm gonna right click and look for a constant and then type enter. And I'm also gonna show you the 2 vector and constant 3 vector. So got 3 different constants here. So if I plug this in, this value of 0 is gonna give me black. If I press 1, it's gonna give me white. So this base color is based from 0 to 1. It's a value of in between 0 to 1, and pretty much all of them are based on that. So with that principle, if I type 0.5, it's still a little bit white. And I think that is where, like, how it calculates the whole spectrum of color. So if we want to set a gray one, we need to look into a value of probably 0.18, and that will give us the gray value. And I'm gonna show you this in here when we get to this right there. So now I'm gonna connect this one. By the way, this is a red channel and this is a green channel. And we got this, which is it will be RB channel. So it's the combination of the two. So if I connect, is 0, 0. If I set this to 1, I get red. If I get back to 0, it's 1. If I get this to 1, it's green. So I've got my green channel here. So if I connect that, it's white. Why is that? Because I'm just using one channel, which is the same thing as I just connect this. So in that case, it's not returning a color, it's returning a channel from 0 to 1. And if I press 0 again, it's black. So I go back here, connect my RGB and my RGB, my RG will be, and then set 1 on 1, and that is the combination of these 2 colors there. So this is going to be like the fundamentals or the basis of how this system works. So I'm just going to disconnect this with Alt and then clicking on there. And now I'm just going to connect this one here. So it's returning a value of black. And what about if I do all of them together? So it's going to be all white. And why? Because the combination of these three at 1 is going to give us white. If we go back to 0, it's going to give us a black. So just 0.5, it's going to give me red. If I go 0.5 here, it's going to give me yellow, same thing. But as you can see, it's okay, it's, I say like more like a RGB, but these are values of the X and the Y. So X gonna be red and Y is gonna be yellow, and the blue is gonna be our Z value as well. So if I click that, so now let's combine blue and red and see if I get purple. We got the purple there. So it's like a combination of it. But again, if I just plug one, this is gonna give me white. Or if I just plug one, it's gonna give me black because its value is in 0. And this is important also because when we bring some textures in that are packed, for example, you might find online, or you might work with Substance Painter or Designer, and you will see that the roughness, the metallic, and the ambient occlusion are all packed into one texture. So for example, for the roughness, by the way, if I click Control and then drag this in, I can move this to roughness. This is going to be to ambient occlusion and this to metallic. So in blue, which is the metallic one, and Z, I set a value of 1. Same thing, if I set a value of 0, is no longer metallic. The ambient occlusion is 1, we can leave it like that, but to see ambient occlusion, we need to go into project settings and look for some parameters, but we can look at that after we finish this. Or when we start working with the textures. So with the green, again, same thing. So it's my Y. I can set this to 1. And there is no more roughness there. So it's just to keep in mind, to keep things simple at the beginning. And so you understand how channel works and how this affects all of those parameters. But basically, there are just values of 1 and 0. And then we can set parameters to it. So, for example, this is one way to do it. We can also do a texture here, but first I'm gonna bring these textures in. By the way, something I forgot to mention is that if you right click here, just let me put this in. You got a wheel color here that you can manipulate as well. So don't need to just work on numbers. You can also work with the color you need. But we're gonna go into this when we start working on with the textures. So let me bring some textures in and just going to look for those textures and bring into our project. So I can save this, go into materials and textures, and bring this in. I've got the fabric and the wood, so let me just create a folder here for fabrics, and then another one for woods. So let's get into the woods one. Oh well, the fabrics one. Wood, and I'm just gonna bring all of this in. Don't worry, this link will be available for you to download all these so you can follow the exercise. So something you will realize that these are virtual textures or converted to virtual texture. We can set that back to normal texture. Virtual texture are great for like landscape because it allows to blend the in between like rocks and the ground. But sometimes it's not that great for like static meshes in, for example, if they overlap or they are close together. So I tend to only use it for pretty much landscapes and not to those that's like furniture and walls. Oh, I didn't change that, so I need to go to right click, asset actions, and then you got this edit selection in property matrix. So I can select all of them and then virtual texture streaming and then save. Okay, so that is done, and now just gonna drag this in there. Now we can bring stuff in. So for example, this diffuse one, this is the oak veneer. And now this changed, this texture sample is different than this. And now we got some channels here and the RGB, which is the combination of all of it. So if I connect this to my base color, you see I've got my wood texture there. Now let's bring some other stuff like the normal, and you see here there's a ARM or a funny texture, and this is what I was explaining with this vector 3. This has different channels. Let me open this, and you got all of them together gives you this value. But if I go and set to red, which should be our ambient occlusion, this is going to be the map that we connect to ambient occlusion. If I set to green, this is going to be our roughness or reflectivity of this material. And if I go to B, it's going to be our metallic. So our metallic is going to be 0 because it's a black one. So it's going to be a non-metallic. So if this blue were a white texture, like it would be a white color, then it would mean that it's a metallic surface. So altogether, they give you this there. And let's see if that works fine for this case, as we might need to do some changes into the property of this. So this goes into ambient occlusion, this green goes into roughness, and this blue goes into metallic. So let me apply that. And it's working fine. But in the case it's not working fine of a texture you got from, for example, substance source or substance designer, etc. You need to go here and set this to sRGB to not true. And let's see. And this gives an error there. So let's see if I do this again. No, in this case, it needs to go back to sRGB. But it happens when sometimes with substance, I mean, not sometimes, pretty much all the time with substance material, substance packs, textures that you need to untick that sRGB. Okay, and now we got our normal. to connect. Just the RGB, that's what we need in that case. Okay, I'm gonna save this. And oh, I forgot to add my meshes in. So I'm just gonna add this in, and then set this to 0, 0, 0, and save all. Oh, that's just because I restarted the project. So if I set this material here and here, let's see, just so we can see it. I'm gonna press G, so I've got, well, our texture is there working fine. Don't know if you can see it there. There are some texturing, or like the surface of it, as you can see it there. And let me go back to the material itself. So now we can also do some texture coordinates on it, just so we can see how these change. And you do that by going right click, texture coordinate. That's the one. Let me just open this. And then I'm going to multiply this by, let me do it just quickly here, 10. And then connect these to UVs. And let's see what happened. You see the UVs, or the repetition of the texture, it was multiplied by, by 10. Right. Now let's start working on all of this. Of course, now we're gonna set some parameters that are gonna be helpful for us, and we are going to also create a material instances, which we can do right now. So right click into this material, create material instance. I'm gonna call this MI basic material. That's fine, and I'm gonna remove that inst at the end. You can see the color changed a tiny bit, so I can set this to master here, and instances here. So I can just move my master material to where the masters are, and the basic material to the instances. And let me just apply this directly to there and there. So I'm gonna start working on this and show you how to expose some parameters as well. So let's start working on our texture coordinates, and it's gonna be a little bit, not gonna say complicated, but there's a few steps that we need to do, and it's gonna be all right, don't worry. Once you do this, it's you are set for your textures coordinate, at least for that, and which is something we really need in Archviz. We need to be able to manipulate those UVs just in case we need to change rotation, the size, if they are offset or not. So let's start with something with this texture coordinate, and then I can teach you about what is called material functions. So just let me delete all of this. Not gonna need it for now. I'm going to get this texture coordinate, and I'm going to get a constant, is it a 4 vector? Yeah, a constant 4 vector. This is similar to the third one, but it just has an extra for, I believe, the alpha here. And this constant, I'm just going to convert this into a parameter. And how you do that? Just connect, right click, and then convert to parameter. Let's call this the tiling, and then maybe offset. That's something like I like to call. So you get more options here now. You got like a group where you want to group this. The priority, and this is the list on the materials instance. So for example, let me open this. You're gonna see a list of parameters that we can manipulate here, but let me just continue with this, and then when we connect, you will see that this is added there. So for this value, what we want to do, we can, I think, yeah, we can change the channel's name. At the moment is red, green, blue, and A. So I'm just going to set names for this. For the red, it's gonna be my X. So I will say this is tiling in X. Tiling X. For the second one, it's going to be my green, so it's going to be my Y. B is not going to be our set because our textures are 2D, so we want to just manipulate them on the X and on the Y axis. So for this one, I'm just going to give it a name of offset X. So this will allow me to offset any texture on the X axis, and for the alpha is going to be offset Y. And I think I'm going to just give a value here of 1 to 1, 1, and 1. So everything is 1 at the beginning. Let me save that. Now we can just attach these two, and how we do that, we don't add them, we just append them, because we want them to be separate but together when we multiply these values. So just gonna drag this in and go for something called append, and I think append vector, because this is a vector. Gonna put them together and then copy, paste, and append these two as well. So we got our tiling X and Y and offset in X and Y appended the both of them. So we can now multiply this value, like remember I did with the times 10. So instead of multiplying times 10, like I did before, this B is going to be this tiling X and Y. So every time I change the value of this, it's going to multiply those textures coordinates. So if I set the value of 10 on X, it's going to multiply this X position of this texture by 10, and Y the same thing. But they are going to be separate, so you can manipulate the X and the Y separately. And for this, I'm just going to add them. And I'm going to move this to B because, and this is a little bit of math, I'm just going to divide this by 2, which is the two, let's say 2 channels that we want to divide. I'm going to leave it like 2. There is no need to create a parameter for that. So this is going to add here. So every time I offset this, and the position of this, when I offset them, it's going to be added to it. So it's going to modify that at that position there. And this append here also will be added to when I multiply. So I'm gonna add this here, and then I can just double click here to create sort of like a reroute node and then connect there. So we multiplied, we add this when it's multiplied, or this by when it's normal and it's divided by the 2. So I think the logic is good, is sound, and we're gonna use something called a custom rotator because we want to rotate this. We want to be able to rotate this. So we use this custom rotator in texture, just so and there is many of those here. So just go into texturing and go and select that custom rotator. So this is going to be our value and the UVs, and this is going to be the rotate sensor, which we are going to connect this V2 here, just so it gets affected by this rotator. And also we're going to get a constant one, or constant just vector, and we can convert this into a parameter. We're going to set this rotation because it's just a normal value. And something, well, we can connect this directly there, but I think we are going to divide this by 360, because if I connect it to this rotation angle, you see it's 0 to 1. So for example, if I'm on the 1, it's going to be 360. If I'm on 0, it's going to be 0. If it's 0.5, it's going to be 180 degrees. So this value here only rotates from 0 to 1. So it's like it says here, a value of 1 is equal to a 360 degree turn. But just to make things like easier to read, we want to divide this. Let's divide this by which value? 360, which is the one that is there. So if this were like 180, we'll divide by 180, the same thing. So I'm just gonna connect that there. And then this is gonna be our output. This is gonna connect to my texture. So let's bring a texture sample. And instead of going to, let me just look for texture sample here. And this texture, we can also look for a texture object and parameter right here. So let's call this a paste color texture, I would say. But this is going to be connected to the texture sample. You can do it either way. You can set this as a parameter. I like to get a text object parameter separate. Just sometimes I need to do some fun stuff with these parameters, and I prefer to get them separately. So for this, we can look into, well, we can leave that as a default and then connect this to base color. And then apply. Let's see what happens. Okay, got our texture here, and now it's exposed. And the rotation is here. And the tiling is also here. So, okay, we got our texture here. If I go to woods, we can choose the same woods there. So it's my wood is there. Now if I rotate this to 90, you see it's changed the rotation value to 90. And if I want to, let's say 5, it multiplied by 5. If I want to offset on the X and on the Y. And remember, these Y and X are relative to this rotation. So, for example, if I go back to 0, the X is going to be rotating the other way, and Y as well. So that's why we did the divide and all the add, and that this bit here, this divide and add these values, because we want this to be rotated or like offset in just related to this rotation. So that's why, that's the logic behind it. Okay, so that is sorted, but this is a little bit messy. So we can start just creating some categories for this. Let's go into here, back, and let's call this group here, we can call this base color. And this one, we can select this group here, base color, and this base color as well. So apply, more organized right now. So that is the beginning of, I mean, once you do this texture coordinates, now you are set for using it with your own, with any material, any texture. So I would say this is the basis of tiling, of texture manipulation. We're always gonna need this one way or the other, so it's always helpful to have it. And because we're gonna use this in other materials, you know, we can just collapse this into a function. And we do that like right clicking and then go here and then set collapse to function. We can save this into materials. Let's create a new folder called materials functions. And then call this MF for material functions, and then UV or UV modifications or texturing. I would say text coordinates maybe, or UV manipulation. That is a better name to give it to it. And there you go. Now we can just bring that in, and rotation angles is not a great name for that, so I'm just gonna send this, check this out to UVs. And let's see, hidden in, let's see, apply. Oh, well, if we can just do an example here, just drag this function, and now it's with the UVs. So now that we have done our UVs, now we can work on how we can manipulate our texture sample, just so we can set new values for it and colors and things like that. So the first thing we need to do is we're gonna get a constant 3 vector. And like I said at the beginning of this, I know it might be daunting at the start, but once we do this for our materials, we are set for, I mean, any type of opaque surface material. We will do the glass, of course, and that is coming after we finish this material, but at least we got the fundamentals to apply this to any other material that we need to work on. So we are setting everything up for future projects, and that's why I encourage people to always have like some sort of template of their own, so they can start any project quickly and they don't need to mess with these values or these these nodes again. So for the control of this texture, what we want to do, we want to go into search and look for a constant 3 vector. So we're going to use these 3 channels there. And I'm going to convert this to a parameter just so I can modify these values. And I'm going to call this base color, say texture control, maybe that's a good name for that. That is just for the coloring of it. And I'm going to give some names to that channel here. For the red, say it's gonna be my saturation for this case. For green, I'm gonna go with contrast or brightness without the space. For the blue one, I think I'm gonna go to contrast, and I think I'm not gonna use anymore. I mean, we can add another probably inverse or levels control, but that's also brightness. So no, I think we should be fine for that. Let me set all to 1. So for saturation, we want to look for a desaturation node. So we go search, look for desaturation, and for example, if I click this to here and then to base color and then set a constant here, set to 0, sorry. Let's see what happened. Nothing happens there. So if I set this back to 1, let me apply that, is now saturated. So when this is a value of 1, it's going to apply this desaturation. If it's going to 0, it's not going to be saturated. So because I set this value to 1, I'm going to use a node called 1-. So basically I'm going to invert this, and I'm just going to select the red channel here. So I'm going to go 1-. So in math, go 1-. So this is going to be basically inverting the value of this, and connect this there. And this can go into base color as well. Okay, so got our desaturation. Let's see if it's working fine in our material here. So texture control, saturation, it's more saturated, less saturated. So 0 is not saturated at all, and then 1 is saturated. By the way, I didn't connect this, so that's why it's not showing in there. Now it should be showing the tiling, yeah. Okay, now we can work into the brightness, and how we're gonna do the brightness, we're just gonna multiply this value here. So multiply, I'm gonna set this to B, so I want this to be my factor there. And I'm just gonna go and connect this here. And it's a little bit of flow control, so this is happening all at the same time. And connect this to here, to the base color. Now let's apply that, let's save. And then if I type 2, it's gonna be more like a brighter. If 0, it goes direct to black, so you can darken or not the texture, which is always great. UV manipulation is done, so don't need to do that now. And I was here, basic material. Then I'm going to set this to power. Look for something called power, which is like pretty much like a with exponent on. It says here returns the base value raised to the power of opponent. It's basically I don't remember how you say this in English, but it's basically an exponential of that value here of my texture, and my exponential is going to be my contrast. So I'm going to connect this to here, there, and then there. So it's amplifying the traits of this texture, something along those lines. So you see here the power goes, if it goes back to 0, it's going to white, and then if I go up, all the way up, it's gonna be more contrast. It's probably easier to see it here. See less contrast and more contrast. Right. We got this done, but I think we want to do something. I mean, maybe change the tint of this wood or of any material we use. So I think I'm gonna go and grab a constant 3 vector, convert it into a parameter, and let's call this texture tint. Or now I think I'm gonna be base color tint, because I want to use this tint even if it's not affecting this texture. So if, for example, if I want to have a red color here or like a blue, light blue, I can manipulate this color tint. And how you do that? So I'm gonna multiply this value here, I think after desaturation, or yeah, I think no, after brightness, I think is the best way to do it. This one here. So I'm just gonna drag this and then multiply, and I'm gonna multiply also for this value here. I'm just gonna move this to here, and then I'm gonna do a linear interpolation. It's basically a blending, is that what this calls. So linear interpolate. Yeah, this is the one. A quick shortcut for that is L and then left click. Same thing if you want like a constant 1 vector, it's just 1, and then click 2, and then click 3, and then click. So it's another method of doing more like quicker on doing this. So just gonna drag this out to this point and there. Okay, so we got our linear interpolate there. I'm going to set this to B, and then this alpha, for example, if I got a 0.5, this is gonna be affecting just halfway. If it's gonna be 1, so this color is gonna take pretty much over that texture. Just gonna set it back to 1. And let me just put this into the base color group as well. So we want to expose this parameter. How we do that, we just drag and then constant vector. Let's set it just to 0 and then convert to a parameter. So tint variation. It's a good name for that. Now we can connect this to our power. So it's going to be in between our brightness and our contrast. So it's to 0, and we want to do some sort of I guess a switch, because sometimes we only want to use this one instead of this, and sometimes we want to use this but still have the possibility of doing a variation here. So there is a thing called switch, and what a switch allows to do. So with this switch, we can say, look, I just want to use this color, so I don't want to use a texture. So let's just use the color instead. Or I want to use a texture map. So after this power, we can drag this and look for switch, this math switch. I think, no, it's not this one for sure. It's the math one. So switch, this one. It's not. Is it this one? Now I forgot where it was the switch. It's the yeah, this one, static. That's the thing, sometimes some names we might get confused, but we got this on functions. It's a static switch. That's the one I want to use. So with through, I want to connect this to there, so it goes from our UVs, all our base color configuration, and then goes to this switch. And what the parameters is for this, I want to connect this to here as well, to false, and just do a rewrote node there. And now this value, I want a static, I think this one here, functions static bool. So this is probably, this is just something like a tick, like a value that we give to this switch, or to like a condition for this to switch. So I go here, and I'm just going to do a description, maybe use texture map. And let me see if this is working. Or I need to set this to a parameter, I believe. Let's see if it's in here. Base color thin. Oh, it's only one, so let me get back to this. Convert to, no, it doesn't allow me to convert. So let me look for static bool, parameters here. So I got a function, and is the one that is parameters. Sorry about that. Use texture map. And let's get back to this. So, okay, so what is our logic? And Unreal works a little bit, I mean, like any software works on the logic of what we want to achieve. So we got our UV manipulation here that is going to affect that UV of this texture sample. We got our parameter texture object here that we can modify in our material instance. We got our texture control here that is going to modify this texture on its saturation, on its brightness, and on its contrast. So the saturation, the brightness, and the contrast at there. In between here, we multiply this color for this color here, and a variation of this tint on top of that texture. Lastly, we said to Unreal, look, sometimes I want to use a color tint, sometimes I want to use the texture sample, but when I use a texture, I want to be also want to modify this color tint on top. So hence we use this switch here with a value default to not active, but if we get active, it's gonna give me this true. If it's false, like it is now, then it's just gonna give me my color tint. Now, let's save this and let's see our material here. So as you see here, they change. Now if I go, I can change my colors there to blue, to green, and what is basically the value of it. And if I go here, use texture map, then all of these is going to appear, and it's going to use that texture map there. So color tint, if I want to go into a red, nothing is happening because we need to set tint variation to value. So it's basically a layer of color on top of that texture. So for example, if, for some reason, it's showing too much grain in this case, so we just go into texture control and the contrast and turn that down, and then you've got more manipulation to this. So you can still see there some of the grain of the wood grain, but you can also tweak it with the contrast. So in case you want some type of texture that you want to be roughly there in the background, but on top you got a layer of color, this is the way to do it, or the way I found nice to do it. So it's a little bit long for this color, but I really want to go I will say deep. It's not that deep yet, but it's the principles of any color or texture that you want to use for Unreal. And once you set this up, like I mentioned before, you can also, let's say, create a function of this. Let's collapse to the function, and then material functions, and then MF base color. So we got our functions here that we can just drag and drop to any other material. So these two functions, we can even join them together if you wish, but I'm just going to leave it like it is now. And yeah, this is one of those things that are really great about Unreal, and I love, is the materials, functions, and ways of optimizing our workflows. So I'm just going to go to the material function base color here, and I'm going to change the name of that output switch there. So let's call this base color. And I think I need to set this to the group base color, and this to the, I think it was tint variation as well. Remember I told you about this priority here? We can also manipulate them in a way that it makes sense to us. Let's see, rotation, tiling, offset. So I think for the texture base color, this one, it's gonna be my 0 priority. For the texture control, it's gonna be my, I would say 1. Then color tint, color tint, let's see, or excuse me, static bool, this use texture parameters, we can set it as 2, and then this color as 3, and this variation as 4. And let's see how that looks. So got our base color here, texture control, use texture map, base color tint, and tint variation, then rotation and tiling. We can even modify the one here, the input, not this one, sorry, the material function here is just so rotation is below that. So this is 32, this is gonna be 31 then. And let's see if that did the trick. Yep, so tiling offset is on top of rotation. So just so everything is a little bit more organized, a tiny bit. And well, use texture map is on top of there. So yeah, that's the thing. And this is just me being a little bit picky. The tint for, let's set this to 3, and then yeah, there is fine. I think that will work. This being 3, this being I would say this being 3, this being 4, and this, yeah, let's leave it like that. Okay, just so that we don't spend more time of me just being fiddling with this priority value. Okay, now let's do the roughness bit, the metallic, and the ambient occlusion one. So now let's work on the specular, roughness, and I think the metallic as well, and ambient occlusion. For the specular, I think we can just create a parameter, and pressing S and then left click, we can just create a parameter, a constant one, or constant value for this. So let's call this specular. Let's say that value is 0.5. And I can connect this to here. That, I think that we don't need to mess too much for this. There are some ways we can set the specular based on the color of this, but let's not just complicate this too much on the specular side. Let's see the roughness. So we got that PAX texture that we had we brought from our wood. So let me just look for this one here, and it's right there. So I'm just gonna use this for the time being, and then also a UV map here, although I can use the same one here. You could just drag that in there. So basically we are gonna apply the same logic with switch and on the base color, because sometimes, I mean, it depends on the texture, on the material you're working on. Some materials don't need a texture map for the roughness. You can apply to as many as you need, but it's you can also you want to set the roughness on its own if it doesn't look that great, that texture. So we're gonna do just that. And although we can start with the metallic one, I just jumped into roughness because it was after specular, but yeah, let's do the metallic one first. So for the metallic, we're gonna use that blue channel that I mentioned before. So what we want to do with this, we want to go in and then search for the switch, that parameter was it the parameter? No, the function one, static switch. And we want to set this, want to look for another parameter. So press S, and then left click, sorry, then metallic. It's going to be a simple one. So when this is false, no, sorry, it's not this. This gonna go here. When this is false, this value here, static bool parameter. So use masks for metallic, I would say, and leave that value in there. And I'm just gonna set this to a group. Let me see if I can find the group. Oh, texture sample here. Sorry, I just texture object parameter. This one here and the texture, and this is gonna be metallic map or metallic texture. Okay, now let's save all. And the group, I'm gonna call this AORM. So ambient occlusion, roughness, Metallica. I'm thinking of Metallica. Metallic, and I can even set the specular in that group as well. So AORM. And we can connect this to this here. So that same group, and this one same group. So let's see if that is showing into our material instance. AORM. So if I select this, it's gonna set my metallic texture as well. And the specularity is here as well. So if I set this to none, so it's 1, 0, and that is done. So it's not that difficult, just giving a logic thinking to it. It's just, if you want to use the texture, then when you click on use mask for metallic, it's going to bring that texture. If not, we're going to use this value here. Now let's do the roughness. Let me just put this there. So for the roughness, we actually want to create a what's it called? We want to manipulate this texture. Sometimes it's not the roughness we need, but it has the materials it has the textures we need, but the intensity of the roughness maybe is not that great. So there are ways to do this manipulation, and we can use, I think we can use a multiply or add. I like to use a linear interpolation with a value between -1 and 1. So just so I got a bigger range of I would say like shading or the grayscale. That's basically what I want to mean. So for this, I like to use this linear interpolate. And this is going to have a value of -1. So actually I can, let's see, I don't need to create a constant for that. I can just type that there. And this alpha is the one that I want to get as a parameter. So I will call this roughness bias. And I'm just gonna plug that in, and 0.5. So this lerp is going to be added to this. So I'm just gonna add, so the plus, and goes there. So I can manipulate this to some extent, this bias. But I don't want this to be fluctuating between, I mean, -1 and 1, this value when I do the manipulation. So it's not gonna be, I would say, easier to read. So I like to clamp these values to 0 and 1. And what this clamp is just limit this range between a value of 0 and 1. So it's quite handy node to have. So this spectrum of grayscale, that's how I would say it's gonna be, has a roughness bias of 0.5 in between these two values, but this is going to be clamped to 0 to 1, these two values. So 0.5, it would be a value of basically 0, which is the origin of this texture here. And of course, I'm not going to use RGB. I'm going to use the green one for this. So with that done, we want to just create a switch like we did here. We can just copy and paste. Then this is going to be through. We can also create a parameter, press S, and then left click. Let's go roughness and a value of 0.5, just to, so it's in the middle. And this is also a static bool parameter. And use mask for roughness. Okay, so that is connected there. And now we can just connect that to our roughness. Let me just move this here so it's a little bit more readable. Then let's save this and connect these to the groups AORM and this AORM and this as well. Yeah, that is fine. So let's see our material instance here, and let's see in a proper way in our project. So if I use the metallic, it's gonna stay metallic, so it's fine. If I use the roughness, I don't know if you can see there is some roughness in here, but no, let's just bring the texture map and the base color tint. Texture control. Okay, let me just, it's not affecting that. So let's see what is it? Oh, the contrast. That was the thing that wasn't working. Just gonna rotate this. And I think the tiling went out. Let's see, 90 offset 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. Is it? No, it's not affecting that. So something funny happened with my tiling here. Okay, so I was sorry about this. It was giving this sort of funny error on my UVs. So it's looking like that. And if it's happening to you, just realize that on the base color, this input here from my function, it was set to scalar. So just one value. So just setting into one value. And we need to change this to vector 2 because we are using two vectors here, like x and y. That's the reason that that happens there. So now it should be working fine. Let's see. Yeah, now it's working as it should. I just found weird that that was showing like that, but probably it was when I collapsed the function. This set this up as a vector 2 to a scalar parameter. I think it was taking this value here, the output. It was taking that as just a scalar. And yeah, that should sort that issue with the UVs. And let's see if it does for my texture samples here. Let's save that and let's see if I manipulate this, it's gonna be sorting. Yeah, it seems that the roughness is working fine. Now I can just set more I would say more roughness or less. So yeah, I want to explain the roughness here. Don't know if you see the reflections. So this bias is, for example, if it's at 0, it's really like polished wood. If it's set to 0.5, is as it should be by when we imported this texture. So this is the original roughness, or if you want less roughness, you got this value. So the spectrum of the grayscale, if you want to call like I did, is gonna be larger. So we got a little bit more control of that roughness there. And sorry about that confusion with the material function. It was just that parameter there, these inputs should be set to vector 2. Okay, now let's save this. We were working on the roughness. So the roughness is done, and we can work on the ambient occlusion now. So we can set the same thing, copy, paste, then copy and paste, and then call this ambient occlusion texture. Then set these textures here, and then that UV there. We can also do this of adding this lerp here, just so we can manipulate that that cavity there. And let's just copy paste this. Copy, then S, bring a parameter in, call this ambient occlusion. Set the value to 0.5. The same principle, clamp this between 0 and 1, and then a switch. Switch was this static switch, this function. So false. This one is gonna be bias, I guess. And then another one, S, left click, and ambient occlusion. Which I don't think, I mean, we can manipulate any on this because of the lumen way. So maybe I should leave that as false. But well, we can try just to see if something happens. And set this to 0.5. And then static bold parameter, I think it's this one here. then call this use mask for AO. Okay, that's going to that group there, that one there as well, and this one as well. Yeah, that's already there. Oh, but by the way, we are just using the G here, so we should be using the red one. So you use here the blue, the green, and this one is going to be the red. So let's see. Oh, it's not. Is it editable? Static bool parameter, ambient occlusion, AIORM, and I think I need to create maybe because I duplicate them. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I haven't even connected. That's why it wasn't showing up on the materials. So let's see how this works here. Got ambient occlusion. There's nothing happen. So I need to go to, excuse me, let's go rendering. I think it's somewhere here. Was it ambient occlusion? That's enabled. That's enabled. So allow static. I think it's this value here. Oh, I need to restart. So let's save all and then restart. Okay, so I restarted my engine and now I can select this to open. So every window is back to its where I was before. And let's see if this is working fine. I think it did all it was needed. Okay, so let's go into our level, wood lodge, and I've got all this light in there. Okay, now let me see with the material instance if there are any change on the roughness. Yeah, you can see the roughness on the ambient occlusion. Oops, my camera went just all the way up. Okay, let's see closer to this, to the 0. It's more, 0.5 is in the middle. And if I want to use the mask, now I can just do this bias thing. I can't see much there, but definitely when we go up, you can see the value. So maybe it's not the best example, this wood right here, but so it's more like the cavities of it. Not much cavity in there, but I think we can have a look into when we explore all the type of materials, maybe the fabrics, we can see it more in there. Okay, now with this done, we were in the basic material here. Now we can just set this to a function. Let's just do collapse to function. Oh, but first I think I want to shuffle things around. So roughness or metallic texture. So where is my, oh, maybe I think I duplicated this texture sample and I shouldn't have done that. So I'm gonna go back to this material here and this sample, maybe this sample here. So texture sample, and then the green one here, and then this one goes here. Ah, metallics, that's what the thing was. So this is roughness, and let's see if it's showing up now. Yeah, it's showing up now. And the specular here. So again, you can organize these as you need. For example, if you want to have these at the sort priority for metallic to 0 to 1 to, I would say, well, like 2 and then 1, 3, sorry, 2, 3. Oh, this value here I forgot. This roughness value, so we can set this same as that, and this one to be 4, and this to 5, and this one as well to 5. Now let's see if that did the trick. Yeah, pretty much roughness texture, ambient occlusion texture, then specular here, and then if I want to use any of those for this material. And I divided these into these, so you can also bring your own, like, imagine if you only got the roughness texture, you can just drop that in and it's gonna work fine, because like I mentioned before, in the green channel, that grayscale is gonna be grayscale on all other channels. So if this were the texture, the RGB, so in blue, when I select blue, this texture is gonna still be this gray, and in red it's gonna be that gray. So in this case, you can use like separate textures just to work with that material and there. And actually, I'm just gonna go and change the name of that just so it goes below the base color maybe. Let's change the name of that group. I'm gonna just quickly do this and then just pause the video and get back. Okay, so I did all of that. Now, oh, by the way, I changed it to RMAO. So when I save that, it's gonna be below here. And when I add the normal, the normal is gonna be in between these two. Just, you can also do like put a 1 in front of the base color and a 2 in here. So you got different options to organize this. And it's just gonna go back to this and put all of these into one function. I'm gonna select this and then MF, we'll call this AR, well, just so it follows the same principle. And there you go. Just, it's a little bit cleaner, isn't it? So we got our base color, this the UV, and if I click here, I want to change this value here, the scalar, to a vector 2. Now it should be working as it should. So this output switch, I want to change the name of this. So this is our metallic. This is our specular. this is our roughness, and this is going to be our AO. Okay. Now we can go back and maybe I just need to refresh this. Maybe let's just bring that up from where it is located. So in here, and set this. So metallic goes here, specular goes there, roughness goes there, and ambient occlusion goes right there. So it's more organized and easier. I mean, if you just double click, it takes you to that function there. It's always nice to work with functions, even if it's materials, and we will use it probably in blueprints as well. So it's quite handy to have that. And lastly, for the last thing we need to do is to do our normal. Just for now, we can explore. I mean, we can even do the emissive color as well. So yeah, let's do that after normals. So for the normals, I'm going to create also a texture sample, then texture object parameter. This is going to be normal, and this is going into a group called normal. This UV is going to be connected to that. Right, now, so the way, well, I'm not sure if this is outdated, but the way I learned to do this, the normals, by the way, I just need to look for my normal texture, which is in here, the wood. We're going to use that oak veneer to put it in there. With this selected, just place it in there. Okay, now the way I learned this is with this RGB, I need to flatten this normal just so I can manipulate the intensity of it. So I'm gonna go and look for a, well, scalar parameter or S, and press the left click, then base normal intensity. And that is gonna do my the intensity of this normal. And also I'm going to just do the same thing with the switch and the static bool parameter. So let's see, switch to use no, sorry, switch function. Then if it's true, yeah, we want this to happen. If it's false, we want this to be, we can leave it false, but I think I'm just gonna add a 3 constant vector. So pressing 3 and then left click. Is it not working? Well, there's a 3 constant vector. I'm just gonna hook it up and then to the false value and set this to 1. So it's plain normal. So nothing, no texture to it. And a static bool parameter here. So use normal texture. And I think, well, and I think this is the way that have been working for me. And Yeah, I set this up to 1, but also if you see here, the normal, it already has a value of 1. So maybe I wouldn't need to have this. With the false, it will be fine. Let's see if this is working properly. Okay, so where are my textures here? Use normal texture. So the intensity, it goes, yeah, it seems that it's working. So let's -1, what's -10. So I think there was a point that I had to invert this value, and I think that's it, because if I go -5, it is as it should be. I mean, this normal parameter. So I think, not that I think, the best way to do this is to invert this value here, this flattened normal. Just because I think it's the way DirectX or the way Unreal deals with normal that we need to invert this value. But I think that's the case here, just so we have the effect that we want. So now let's go back to this. And yeah, it seems that this is the way forward. Yeah, it makes more sense to me. It's going in this direction rather than the inverse direction. But either way, you can manipulate this into the minus values and work with what is the best way for you. I think for me, it's fine leaving it as doing an invert of that. Okay, so for this, I'm gonna set this into the normal and normal. This is going into normal as well. And let's see our normal here. Yeah, our texture is here now. So if we click none, it disappears. We can bring this down just so it makes it's logic to me to have it this as a 0 and this as a 1, a priority, and this as 2. So let's see if everything is working fine with the normals, because also I need to check the UVs if it's rotating as it should. So let's do 90 degrees. And if I set the normals, yep, everything is working fine. And it seems the tiling, let's do 1, 1. Yeah, I think everything is spot on. And we can close this by doing a, sorry, I'm just gonna change this value to 1 and this gonna leave it. We can set this to a function for our normal. Create collapsed function, material functions, MF normals. Right, and we need to open that again and then set this to input to vector, this here. And we were gonna do the emissive color, so we can do that by just, let's see how we can set this up. I think we can just multiply a value for this emissive color. So let's look for a 3 constant vector. So I press 3. Didn't show, I don't know why my is not showing here, but constant 3 vector. It's funny that in here it seems like sometimes it shows the keys I'm pressing, sometimes it doesn't. Sorry about that. It's probably some bug with my software on that. So for this, I'm gonna convert to parameter and then call this emissive color. Then I'm going to go into look for a parameter, or is it, not a vector parameter, sorry, a static. I forgot. S and scalar parameter. That's the one I wanted to look for. So emissive intensity. Then this is going to multiply this on B, and then move this one here. I can set this to value of 1 and the alpha 1. Let's see what happened here if it does something. And 2. Yeah, now is working as it should. So it's just multiplying a value for this by this color, and that should give us our emissive sort of material. Now let's see if this works relatively well with my other texture. So emissive, this is going to be the group. Yeah, emissive, and this, gonna set this to 0. And let's see now if I go into emissive and then intensity. Yeah, still there. You see our wood is still there. And if I change the color, I can change the color and then increase the I get lost here, the intensity. Let's see, maybe inside, or maybe if I apply this material inside, you can see it better. So let's do that. There you go, you got some emissive materials there, and actually it looks quite cool, like a underground type of disco. It's quite nice. I haven't thought of having something like this, but it's quite cool, and still respect the material. So that's great. That's all we needed to do for the emissive, and we don't need to connect any other like UVs or some sort of things like that. So gonna get this and collapse to a function, and then call this emissive. It's not a big, it's not as much of a function, but still it is there. And we can go here, the output, we'd call it emissive. Would say emissive color, yeah. Just so we know where it's going. And for the normal, did I change the name of that? No. This one here, I should call this normal. Right. Congratulations. Now you know how to do an awesome material. This is pretty much all you need for any material that is opaque. And we are going to explore now a translucent material, and I think just so it doesn't go into 10 hours again of a video, I think I'm just gonna wrap that up there, and maybe add the cloth one if we need it. But this will set you for a long time until don't know, maybe they change to substrate at some point, but for PBR, this will set you up for a good start, and then you can blend with other type of textures and put dirt on top of it and do some also some funny stuff. But this is gonna be your basic material. I can set this back to 0, and there you go. Right, so let's start working on the glass side of it, which is one of the most important materials in Archviz. But first, I'm just gonna do the same thing here that I did before. I'm just gonna go and drag this emissive and normal there. So just so we do things properly and everything has its name. Okay, this is safe. I'm gonna look for this function here, and I'm just gonna duplicate. I can duplicate this. It's gonna be basic material, basic glass. Or we can even call it glass. So just gonna open that and go in here. So for glass, we need to go here into our material, and the domain is surface. It's gonna be set into a surface, but the blend mode, it will be translucent. Some of the stuff you see, it's not available anymore, but let's just keep working on this. So default lead, it's gonna be default lead as well. Two-sided, we can decide this later on, so don't worry about if it's two-sided or not. So the lighting mode, I want to set this to, I think, surface translucent forward shading. So now we got access to metallic, specular, roughness, even the emissive color and ambient occlusion as well. But there is not one thing that I need, which is the refraction. So I'm just gonna change this to translucent volume. See, no, it didn't come up. So maybe I'm not doing something right here. And that is, I think I need to go down and excuse me, go into refraction right here, and then set this to index of refraction. Now we got our refraction available here, and forward shading, so will be calculated for a surface. Use this on translucent surfaces like glass and water. This is the most expensive translucent lighting method that there is. So I think for the star, we're gonna go for translucency in volume. And yeah, everything is black at the minute because we got the opacity and the refraction. So everything else stays the same, but now we're gonna work on the refraction and the opacity. So for the refraction, we're gonna use something called a Fresnel. And let me show you what this does. If you go here, start previewing mode, you see it has like an edge in here and like a more darker spot in the center. So let's see it in a, it's basically that it's controlling how the surface behave of that material. So on the edges it's going to be lighter, but as it goes inside it's going to get darker. And I'm going to just stop previewing mode here. And for this Fresnel, I think I want to change this at some point if needed. So gonna go press S and then left click, go for Fresnel intensity. And this I'm gonna give a value of 5. Should be, I just want to expose that parameter in case I ever need it. I'm gonna use something called also a IOR, but that's a parameter I'm gonna create. And if I go, just bear with me for a second. So I just went to the documentation of using refraction on Unreal Engine, and I see everything. Well, some of this stuff is explained to us in here, how it works in, or what are the fundamentals behind the refraction in Unreal. And then you got here index of refraction, or IOR, and then we got like air is 1, water is 1.3, glass is 1.49, well, plexiglass, glass is 1.52, and so on. So you got here some interesting things we can play around, and basically we are gonna do something like this. So I'm just gonna go back to the project. Let me just close this window here, and yeah, I'm gonna do that same principle that they use there. So a linear interpolate, or lerp. I'm gonna set a value here to 1. I can just look for, press 1 and then bring a constant. This value is gonna be 1. And then I'm gonna create a parameter here, pressing S and then left click, called IOR. And this value is gonna be 1.52. Let's do it like that. Connect to B, and then this is gonna be affected by this for now. This is gonna be my alpha. Now I want to set some things I use here on some of my own materials, is that if I want to use a realistic sort of glass, or not, or like an unbiased glass, and just gonna explain you in a minute when I do a test. So I'm gonna go for a switch function, static switch. So this is gonna be our glass in here, true. Just gonna connect that one there, and this one is gonna be my false. And I'm gonna go static bool parameter here. Let's call this use realistic glass. So this is done there. This one is connected to that, and this one is connected to that. And now I can just plug that in. Okay, we can't see anything because we still have an opacity of 1, so we need to work on the opacity as well. And I'm just gonna create parameters as well. So pressing S and then a parameter called opacity, and another parameter called opacity PT, or path tracer. Just because when we use path tracer, this opacity is not the same, and not, well, probably there is a technical explanation of unbiased render engines. There is a switch that it is there because of a reason, but it's just to replace these values as well. So path I think tracing quality switch, this one here. So when it's path tracer, I want to use this 0.6, and when it's not, it's 0.1. And there you go, we got some glass there. So if I change here to forward shading, it's more expensive, but it seems like it's more realistic. It depends on the type of surface. For glass, like window glass, I'm happy to go for the less expensive one. So for this, I'm just going to create a function as well. Collapse to function, and let's say this, just here, MF, I would say refraction, or refraction glass, I think. Okay, now I can just do the same thing, go in here, change this to, this is going to be our refraction, and for this is going to be our opacity. So opacity, let's save all. Also, you can look for the function in here in the search. So if we look for refraction or MF, it's not finding it. Maybe I haven't saved it yet. No, it's for some reason it's not finding. Maybe it's not doing this properly. Okay, let's go to material functions and then reflection glass. And with that there, we got the opacity. Oops, not there. We got the refraction. Oh, this is the basic material, not on this one, this one here. So I just copy paste that and select this there. Okay, now let's do some testing for this. But first we need to create a what's it called? An instance of that. So class, create material instance. We're gonna call mi glass. Let's call this class and then windows. I can save all. Just let me drag this to the other screen and then bring this to this here. Here, I've got two planes. I'm gonna, when I start applying materials to this, you will see why it has. So, don't know if you ever have done class before in Unreal, and some people have asked me why it has this sort of refraction annoying thing. So that is where we're gonna control our refraction index. I know that in Unreal it says that we should use 1.52 for what is the window, but for glass, but for the window glass I use 1, and that will eliminate that issue there. And for the actually I forgot to add this into parameters. So for this, if I send this to 0 and metallic to 1, okay, we got some glass in there. Maybe don't know if this roughness is right, but maybe it's the color here. So we can change the color to maybe a blue tint. And you see here, okay, maybe it's not looking that great, but that's where post-process volume comes in. So if we go to here and go into reflections. Yeah, lumen, and then I think it was this one here, ray lighting mode. So heat lighting for reflections. And the quality like 2, or is high, it was this one, sorry, high quality translucency. So default is fine. And screen traces, I didn't know that this was added into 5.4, but something I need to explore. And you can see here now we got some reflections of that glass and none of that issue that we had on the one with the refraction index. So that's one of those little trick that well, it's not trick, it's just tweaking parameters to see what works. So 1 for that. We can even set the opacity to 0.5. So got that type of glass there, or just change the type of glass that is going there. And yeah, I'm gonna show you some ways we can tweak this glass when we start working on adding materials to each of those. So glass is done, and I want to start working on what's going to be the fabrics as well. And I think we can start just adding materials to our project and making it look beautiful. And the thing about the path tracer, I'm just going to show you this quickly, just so you can visualize it better. So I'm going to go here and select path tracer. So you got this, for example, when it was 0.1, okay, maybe now it's working fine because I did that switch. But let me just show you in the material. So if I didn't do that, let me just do it here. So opacity to 0.1 like we had. You see, it's not behaving as we want to behave. Like it's not looking as we had it in Lumen. So I'm just gonna go back to that and then go to here and then change to this to 0.1. And let's see if I change this. No, that's fine. And then 1 is no opacity, and 0 there is some opacity. And I think maybe because of the exponential high fog, I think that might be the thing that is not showing properly. But let me see just from here if I can see. So 1, there is none. 0.1, there is there, and 0.6 is roughly there. So this work just, let's see, nothing changed here. So if I go back to lit mode, I can see it that way, but on path tracer is not acting like it would. Maybe if I show you with a sphere, let's see how this looks in here. So, or maybe even a plane. Let's compare these two. Remember, I'm still on path tracer. So I've got my values here, 0.1 and 1. 1. And let me see if I can just switch realistic glass. And go back to Lumen. The lumen is different, the opacity for sure. So 0.5 and this fine too. So glass is always a tricky one to twitch, but we can just, I mean, we can just find what is optimal for our project. It used to be able to just invert this, like in a sphere reflection. Maybe if I set this to, sorry, I'm just gonna go into light mask setting, not here, material property override. Then go to two-sided. No, I think is on. Remember that parameter we changed in here for this translucent volume. So let's go to 4 shading. Just gonna apply that. And go back to the material class. And then opacity 0.8. And let's see in path tracing if it make any difference. No, so this things is something I need to keep tweaking. It was working fine when I created in 5.3 or 2, but I used to be able to see the reflection, excuse me, like the other way around, and probably it was some parameters that have changed recently that, or they changed recently that is not working as it should. But for a project for this one, it's gonna be fine. We don't need to worry too much about, I mean, that type of reflection, unless we're gonna do a sphere that's gonna be sitting in the table, but not for this case. Two-sided, no. Let's see. No, it doesn't. It's not working as it was before. But again, for this project, it's gonna be fine. So let's jump into the cloth one and work with these parameters. And then when I see or find new ways of working with those materials, then we can see what we can do about them. But just no, but I think it's something related with post-process volume. So if I go to post-process volume here, and I go all the way down, there is a parameter here called translucency. So if I click here and then go into ray tracing, there you go. You've got a more realistic glass in there. So just gonna go back to this. And then if I say, yeah, realistic glass, you see the reflection there. It's behaving like in real life, like in a sphere in real life. That it's upside down, and that is how it should be, like realistically. So without this realistic glass and realistically. But we can also, I mean, duplicate this glass and then just set this for this glass particularly or not. But that I needed to find why it wasn't working. But that was the parameter I was looking for in the post-process volume. Just be mindful that this has its source on a system, and also for you can see the sun here, but when we are in this translucent volume, which the surface translucency volume, you can't see it anymore. So it depends. If you want to really see the sun on the glass, yeah, just go to this and forward shading. But again, it's the most expensive method. So I always try to keep it in there. If I need more quality on the glass, yeah, I will push it. But if it's like a video game that I want to release, or not release, just send to the client to go through the walkthrough, then I think I just want to keep things as let's say as faster as possible. So now we can do is go into the materials, and by the way, I'm gonna close this. Oh, I need to change these global scalar parameters, so let's do that. Going in here into the MF refraction glass, so I will say this is refraction and opacity, and for this too, and for this one as well. So let's see how that looks there into the material. So refraction and opacity. Yeah, that's a good position to be there. Opacity path tracer, this didn't save, so we need to go here and here. Yeah. Okay. Got it now, all working. Just let's set this to 1, and then we are set for the glass. And actually, I'm just gonna close all of this just because it's getting convoluted. And yeah, I'm gonna save all the changes. I'm gonna delete this. I don't need it anymore. Got that the reflection there. Now let's go into the master. I can move this into instances, and I'm going to duplicate again the basic material. I'm gonna call this probably cloth. So for this, I'm gonna change this to cloth, and now we got more options in here that we can just tweak. So a constant 3, so if I press 3 and then convert this into a parameter, then this is going to be our fuzz color. And we can set this value like a white, pure white. That should do. And then connect this to this fuzz color there. And then a parameter, let me see, S, and then left click, then cloth. I would say this is called fuzz intensity, or I think a value of 0.12 works fine generally. Let me see in only. Okay, it's still the same, maybe because it's a white. There are other methods that we can do this using Fresnel, but just let's keep it simple for these fabrics. And I'm just gonna set this to the group cloth, and this one as well. And let's see how this works when we add it to a piece of fabric like this. So create a material instance. Let's go cloth mi cloth. Go into instances, move it there, and then I'm just gonna apply it there and see how these work with a texture map. Remember, we imported some textures, then we can use those textures now. So I go textures, fabrics. Oh, we haven't imported. Sorry about that. It's on the textures and fabric, and then we can just add them in here. So let me see what type of fabric we got. We can use this one, 60. Is it crushed? It seems like it's a little bit crushed, so maybe this one should be fine. Fabric in here, we can set this to maybe 4, maybe 6. I got the first color here, sorry, and then you see here, there is a sort of like, what do you call this? It's more like a, this is trying to simulate the fibers in the cloth. And if I increase this, see the value is going to go up or down. So it's like a layer on top of that texture. And maybe we need to look into the normal, see if we can see it better. And the roughness as well. And I'm gonna use this roughness here. As you see here, it's separate, it's not longer packed. So if I open that, it's a gray scale texture. So we can use this in here, set it in there. And probably maybe it's too much, 0.5, and I think I'm gonna duplicate this to 12. So we got some fabric there. Probably is the height is too big, but we can play with the fuzz and set it as we need it. So, for example, for velvet, I think there are other methods that are better than this using Fresnel, but I think we're gonna just use this type of fabric like cottons and leather as well. So we're gonna just focus on that. And in a time, if we use a velvet, I can do a separate video of how I create those velvets. And now what we're going to do, or what I'm gonna do, is to set some materials and then apply to all of our project. And I'm gonna speed things up here, but I'm just gonna leave it there just so you can see the process a little bit, and then you can slow down the video if it's going too fast for you. But at the end, I will explain how I did things and what type of material I created. So don't worry if I'm not talking. I'm just gonna put some background music and start working on all of those materials that we are gonna use. So see you when this is done. Okay, I just stopped the video right now just because I wanted to show you what Quixel Megascans are. You probably have heard many times on those amazing assets that we just can bring into Unreal directly into our project, and they are for free. So let's do that. Don't know if you saw all the video, all the things I did. I just created some duplicate of materials instances, like on the cloth and, for example, on the emissive glass, all based on that basic material. The glass was, of course, the master material that we created. Then got the leather, some metal that I modified. This is like PVC plastics and wood that also just modifies a few bits. But I want to just get some stone, and I think the best way to do it is to go just to Megascans and download them in. Just so we do this bit and also this floor here and there, and these walls as well. So let me do that. Let's just start with the kitchen. If I go here and select Quixel Bridge, then a window is going to appear soon. So this is the Quixel Bridge, is sort of like the plugin for adding assets to Unreal. And I'm just gonna log in and then get into it. And after login, I can just, let me maximize this just so you can see it better. So we've got a home, and this is the materials, the surface. There's some 3D models as well that we can use and download. Some plants as well, really nice to have them. And a collection of all those assets together. So let's go into surface, because we're gonna look for a surface, and look into the stone. Let's go marble first. So you got plenty of options here that we can bring into a project. So I quite like this stitchless marble. So I'm just going to, well, I need to sign in again. I know it's gonna be loading. Sometimes it's a little bit buggy, or I think it's because of the amount of assets that are in there. But yeah, I was getting this one, and I think low quality is 1K, medium quality is 2K, high quality is 4K, and the highest is 8K. I think 2K is enough for what we need at the minute. But if you want to go with a higher quality, do. But just be mindful that the texture stream, it might appear something about the buffer extreme, like you are reaching the maximum of memory. So just be mindful of that. I'm just going to select medium quality and then download, and then add to my project. Also, I'm gonna get this sort of like tiles as well. I think I got them, well, as a high quality. I can add them in because I download this already as I think it was the 4K one. This coffee marble, yeah, let's do this one as well, medium quality, download, and then add them in. And for other stones, well, what else we can bring? I think we can bring like a white marble, so sort of like this. If I can find something quickly, let's see. This one here, Arabascat. I think, yeah, I already downloaded that one, but it's great for our lamp. Was it added? Let me see. I'm just gonna resize this. Yeah, so I got my Arabascat there that I can bring into this there, and this one I think I can just place it there, so it's quite great. So for the coffee, this for the island, I think we can use something like this. Let me see the other one. Good. Well, I think I prefer this one just so it gets connected with the other side of it. So maybe I would just go in here. If I double click, you see here, well, it's pretty much the same principle as we use in our materials. We can change the rotation angle, but just bear in mind that this is just 0 to 1 and not the 360 as we did before. Then ambient occlusion, you got the albedo, you can change same principle as we did. Is like the saturation, the brightness. You got the metallic control as well, and plenty of stuff that we can modify here. In here, I just want to, I think, increase this tiny bit to 1.2, and maybe bring the contrast down to 0.5. And I think that is really nice there. Just a subtle detail. And we can save this. So instead of, I mean, you can just work with these materials, and cool thing is you can just duplicate them. And for example, and I can use this one as a duplicate of that and then change the textures. For example, here, the textures map, I can just go and, I don't know, let's see if let's do it with a wood just so we can see it easily. But it doesn't allow me to do this because this one is using a virtual texture. So in order to use this, or I convert this texture to virtual texture, or I convert this texture to normal texture. Just something to be in mind if you're planning to use this. Sometimes it uses virtual texture, sometimes it doesn't. I think lately they have been using virtual textures on all of them. But again, as we saw, there's something we can do to our textures and then change, well, we need to change a little bit the material that we are working on, but there you can change, I mean, you can duplicate materials and work with them. So for this, I'm gonna go add this in, and for that as well, this, and probably this. So everything is like tiled properly, but this one wasn't tiled properly. So I'm just gonna put it there. You see there, I can go into modeling, go into UVs, then I can set this to unwrap, and let me see, or no, not unwrap, but auto UV, yeah. Texture resolution, I'm gonna set this to 2048, and let's see how that works. Yeah, it's working great. You see, it's easy. If, I mean, for this type of like a plane, like a box, it's quite handy to have this auto UV, and then we can edit this these UV seams, not the seam, sorry, the transform or the UV editor. Yeah, so we can set this and then probably move them. Translation, so we just try to match this to that point there. So maybe on the X, let me see if this applies. Apply. I think it moved too much. So just a little bit of tweaking with this. That's the annoying thing is, like, I can't see it like in when I'm working on it like in real time, and then, well, it just moved a tiny bit there. I think it's gonna do the trick for what we need there. So I'm just gonna leave it like that, and then save all and go into selection mode. So I know this texture density is 2048. That's the reason I use it. And I can even go into this wood floor. Not the wood floor, sorry, this marble here. And I can offset that just so it matches this tiny bit. So on the offset, no, on the Y, in that case, Y, tiny bit, maybe 15, 14, 12, 12.5. Yeah, that should do the trick. But let me see if I didn't mess up with any other. Oh yeah, well, I mess up with stuff there, and I know actually, well, this is a clear example that we can use this duplicate for here, and then I just moved this this one up, this one, so the offset goes almost there. So 0.75 and 0.55, no, 2. Yeah. So that should do the trick for those walls. So all of them are connected, there's the seams there. Okay, now we can do the same thing. We can increase the brightness a tiny bit, maybe 1.2 for this, and this one 1.2, and the contrast reduced to 0.5. The same with the other one as well. So got that sorted, and then we can use this coffee marble for here. I think maybe it's too big, to be honest, or say too small. Yeah, that should do. Well, I can increase the contrast as well. Maybe 1, the brightness a tiny bit. Let's see. Maybe 1.5. And there you go. We got the stone sorted for our project. I don't think I've got any other stone that I'm using for that, and I mean, can I use it like as an artwork? Let's see. Nah, it's probably this one is better off as an artwork. But yeah, we can leave it like that. I think it's fine. So we did this done. I forgot about do this one here. We can use maybe this. Oh, actually we can put a marble here. Was shining too much. And then a black metal, maybe like with imperfections. Okay, so our project is starting to get some color, I mean, I just need to do the fabrics here. I don't know why this is with wood, so let me just grab a cloth. I think I can use this one. It's quite nice in white. And well, this cushioning in this color. And for this, yeah, it's not that bad. I think it's looking nice. Then we get the mirror and we can do some metal here. So for mirrors, it's a little bit annoying that Unreal still the lumen is not as great for these reflections, and we will see what we can do for those mirrors. So it's a shame, but we can try to play around with those. So it's not as bad in there, and we can increase the some quality settings on the post-process volume. But just for this, I'm gonna increase the roughness to 0.1. And I think I even gonna change the color a tiny bit to something like that. Some sort of, well, I would say bronze mirror type of mirror. So this is the type of things we do. It took me about half an hour to 45 minutes, I guess. So all the work was done when doing the main material. But once you do it once and for a project and you put it into what is a template of your own, you can just work with this and I mean do any projects, like put all the textures under an hour or so. So it's great to have that, and yeah, be able to work with Unreal this way. And it's one of those things that drove me to it, is it's having this easy way of doing things once you learn it. Of course, it's a steep curve at the beginning, but we are getting there, and we're keep doing some exercises. I'm not sure about those hangers there, the color, so just gonna explore what else can look good. But then we can start working on the landscape, and that is what is going to dictate all our post-process settings and all our lighting. So main thing, the landscape and adding the trees and stuff like that is what is going to define the final product. So if you see it like this, don't worry, it's just there is still a lot of work to do to it, but at least most of the materials are done and are ready to be presented in a case. So just gonna start preparing for that, for the landscape, and get back to you. So now let's explore what the landscapes are. So I'm gonna go in here. Remember when we chose this, or when I show you some of them. So I'm gonna go into landscape here, and you will see landscape is already added. Well, it's not added yet, it hasn't been created, but here is the location effect, and for some reason always starts in 100, so I'm just going to place that to 0, and probably minus 20, well, minus 100, I think it's a better way to do it. I'm going to reduce the section size of this, so this is basically what the size of this map is going to be. Let's see, 15 by 15. Well, I think might be too small for this. Well, I guess there is no midterm of that, so I'm just going to use the 31 by 31. And section, we can leave that as it is. All of this, it's fine at the minute. You also have options to import from a file, like from a height map. But just for this, let's keep it simple. So I'm just going to create the landscape, and now I've got the sculpt available for me. So I can sculpt from here with different brushes. So basically, if I drag up, it's gonna trap some mountains there, and if I go with pressing shift, it's going to do the opposite. So go into like in that invert direction. We also have the erase, so it's gonna delete any changes we made in here. So if I go back to eye level, you see no more of those changes we did. We also have some smooth for our brushes. So if we, for example, do it something like this, and then we want to smooth this surface, we can reduce the tool strain and the brush size, and we can smooth the surface out. And the flatten is pretty much the same. I mean, as it sounds, it's just flatten this surface like that. The ramp is just to, well, haven't used this, to be honest, so let me see. Well, it's just adding a ramp. It's quite nice, actually. So reset, and let's add a ramp, and created another ramp, but not gonna use that for this project. You can also always play with this and the erosion as well, and the basics ones are these four in here, and we can explore this at another video more advanced, and you also have the blueprint there. I'm going to erase everything here, just set this back to where it was, and I want to start sculpting this around the house. So this house, it's a little bit on a hillside, so I'm gonna use the sculpt one. I'm just going to reduce the size slightly to maybe 750, then 0.2, and let's start sculpting here, just around this area there. So I'm gonna press shift, and I'm just gonna drop down just tiny clicks. I'm gonna go to this side here. Okay, got that. We can just reduce the size with in here, but just to do the final tricks. But I think it should be fine in here. But now we want to have this coming up, because we want to set at almost to this level. So just gonna drag this up, and let's reduce the size to maybe 250, just so we can play with this a little more. Well, I was gonna say more specific areas, just small areas here, and there. Maybe put this up a tiny bit. Maybe we smooth this surface just around there, and maybe around this area as well. So I'm just sculpting this, and to be honest, I mean, don't spend too much time on it, because we are gonna focus also on adding vegetation to it. So as long as it's something believable, that should be fine. So just gonna do a little bit smooth in here and there, and maybe flatten, bring this down a tiny bit there with shift. Okay, so probably we can smooth this a tiny bit as well. So I'm just going to increase this to 150, and I can smooth this surface like that. So I'm going to get back to sculpt, maybe 250 or even 500, see what size gives us. So this is going to be like a set in a hill. So just let's do this bit here, a little bit hilly, and this goes down. Okay, I'm just pressing shift and bringing things down. Something like that. Maybe even bigger of a brush. Let's see how that looks from here. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. It looks all right. And remember, we're gonna put some vegetation around it and some rocks and things like that. So gonna keep sculpting this, just this side here. Just bring it up. And I'm going to just speed the video, but just you will see what the process will be, and you can follow along. Just try to create like a hill that goes up to this point, like down. Okay, so yeah, I did some sort of heal for this project, and I think it should be all right. I mean, we can add some. What we can do is on the borders add some geometry there, just to like block the views, but the long distance view. But let's see how it works with our vegetation, and see if we need to do something else on our on our landscape. But I think this is a good start. It's just sort of like a hill, and probably this can go a little bit up as well, just going something like that, not that much, and then smooth things out. But I guess we can stay, if we were to like do like a perfect thing, we're gonna stay here forever. So just something decent like that will do the trick. And just, well, just make sure that at least the floor is connected there, and this it doesn't hide too much of those details that we want to showcase. So I'm gonna go here to 50, and then probably is too much, and there it's a 0.2. Maybe you can even flatten it a tiny bit there, just there you go. Yeah, something along those lines. Then we'll put some vegetation and rocks in it. So with that done, we can start adding a material to our landscape. So let's go into selection mode, and just gonna look in here and look for let's look for a ground. I think it's on surface ground, and see what we can find. I've got already this Nordic forest. Also got this with pine root. Let's see. Dry falling leaves. Well, I think we can use this one here, Nordic forest ground pine. And I'm gonna bring it into high quality and then download. You can use whenever you find that is the best. And you got plenty here in Quixel Megascan. So that is done. Should have been added now. So if I go here on Megascans, let me just do this here. Where's the forest ground here? Now I can go in here, select my material, and drag this landscape material to that. So first thing you're gonna notice is that there is a lot of repetition in there, and let's just decrease the tiling. So let's make it 0.2 to see how that looks. Yeah, I think it looks way better that way. Although seems like I'm not the really big fan of these materials. So let's look for another one. Maybe, I mean, this ground with most leaves, maybe that's gonna be a good match for this. Just to try things out. So just gonna drop that in, and then do the same 0.2. Yeah, I think I can work with this. Maybe it's too much green in it, and so I'm just gonna go to the saturation here and maybe put down to 0.8. Okay, we'll need to cover this, but don't know if we can test another one right here is a forest floor, dry river, forest floor, mossy forest floor. Let's try this one. I think it's darker and it's gonna look better than this here. I'm not too convinced on how this looks, so it's just gonna add that in. And forest floor again, and then just drag that into my landscape. And I'm gonna do the same thing. 0.2, 0.2. Yeah, I think I prefer this one instead. So it's the forest floor, that's how it calls basically. And now I'm gonna get some trees from the marketplace. So if I go here on Real Marketplace, we can look for Megascans trees. And I'm going to use, I think this one here, European, yeah, the hornbeam, one of my favorites. So I can add to project or purchase if you don't have it, and add it to my project. Oh, it's not here because it's this up to 5.3, but we can add it anyway. If I add it just here, where is it? This one here, add to project. Now show all projects, and then go into Wood Lodge. Let's just select version 5.3 and add to project. So it's going to take some time to download, so I'll jump back when this is done. So while this downloads, we can just, I guess we can add some rocks to our project. So let's go Quixel Bridge, and then look for 3D assets, then nature, then I guess we can select this rock, and we got we got some Nordic forests here we can use. Let's select some of this. Are these large? Yeah, they are large, so probably small ones is what we need. Or we can even resize them then afterwards. So I'm gonna download into nanite quality, but we might need to change the way we do the texturing size, just because it's gonna start saying that memory buffer is not enough. So just going to bring one more here and then add them to the project. So it's going to download that. And also, I think it's a good time when this is done to explore a little bit of physics and how we can bring some randomness to this to the placement of those rocks, and not these ones, but just the small ones here. I think, let me see if there is any other type of rock we can add. Maybe this small granite. So I'm gonna select this, all of this. So this mossy rock and pretty much granite and forest rock. I think that should be fine, just so it's not putting too much pressure on our system and our hard drive, because the trees already are gonna bring like, I don't know, like 11 gigabytes into our project. So once this downloads and the other stuff, I'm just gonna jump back when all of this is done. Okay, so I think everything is in place, so I can now select, well, I can't select them all, but I can add them in. I always take a little bit of time to bring those assets, so don't worry. I'm just going to add them on and then jump back. Okay, finally, some of these assets has been brought to our project, and I just selected some of these rocks. Don't worry if it's not the same as you downloaded. We just work along with what we got. And something I realized is that all these textures are 8K, so this is going to get pretty much slow, and probably that's the reason it took so long also to do the nanite application of those rocks. So what I'm gonna do is to go into 3D assets, go all these assets here, all these textures. We can even filter here, so for clarity. Well, not all of these textures, probably just this texture here. And then right click, go into asset actions, and then edit selection in property matrix. So for all of them, I want to set this texture. Let me just, the compression thing, or maximum texture size is here in the compressions. And I'm gonna set this to 2048. And this probably take a little bit as well, just to compress all these textures. But we really don't need to have 8K textures and all of this. It's gonna make our project slow, and it's gonna reduce our FPS. And also, unless we are doing like a really close-up shot of those rocks, I don't think it's worth having it at 8K. And sometimes like even 4K doesn't justify, because it's not something that we want to, to give a lot of attention to. The main purpose in here is the building that we want to showcase. So I'm just gonna wait till this is done. Don't worry if it takes some time, just grab a cup of tea or water and let's come back to it. So it took about, I would say, 5 minutes to process this and then save all these assets. And also, what I'm going to do, now that I'm here doing all this process as well, let's see if this is 8K as well, this European. Yeah, pretty much all of them are 8K. So probably I'm just gonna go into textures here on the trunk. Well, I think, well, let's try see if there is no issues, but I reckon that at some point this will not cause issues, but maybe it's gonna show some error message in here. So this is the European hornbeam, the trees that I downloaded. So I'm gonna go into foliage, simple win. Then I'm gonna drag, oh, it's not this one, sorry, it's the geometry is what I needed. Simple win, and then select them all. And I'm just going to drag them. And again, it's going to take a little bit, I would say about 4 minutes to do this, but at least the engine has processed all these assets, and every time we just drop them in, they're gonna be fine, they're gonna be in the engine in this project. So just let it run, and then we can come back to it in a few minutes. Okay, so I reckon that it took about 5 minutes to bring all of them in. So now they are, this is all together, but I know at least that these are now available for use. I'm just gonna delete them. And something I'm gonna do here that I think it wasn't safe when I did it before is to add them into a static mesh folder here. So this is my folder here. This one can go into a landscape folder as well. And this point light, well, I'm not gonna use it just now. Yeah, not for the moment. I'm just gonna leave it like that. Okay, now what we want to do, we want to work on this terrain, and I think I'm going to look for some other, like a floor, like this rocky forest maybe. I think I've got, yeah, some like this root and this forest terrain. So yeah, everything that looks like this you can download also, and we can add it into our project. So I know this is a little bit tedious and some bit, and some might get excited that all of these assets are there for the grab, which is also really nice. So let's just drag this in and let's work around our landscape. So this is the daunting part, just getting all the assets and downloading and all the process that needs to be done to do that. So maybe if we got this into a project and then we migrate to this project, maybe the process is gonna be easier. But downloading from Megascan, yeah, it take a while to process, even if it's downloaded. So I'm just gonna get these terrains here, and then we're gonna start working on our landscape. And even I think we even can explore a little bit of PCG, just to help us with the tree around the area, and then at the center or around our main building, we can just do like a bespoke sort of design for the landscape. So I'm just gonna bring them in and just jump back when it's done. So with this downloaded, now I can go and start working on finally on our landscape. And I think I'm gonna start with the rocks here, like the small ones. These 5, I'm gonna select them, just a static mesh, and go into edit selection in property matrix. And I'm just gonna go into collisions, and I'm gonna see if I can select all of them, and let's see if I can customize this in here. No, I think I can at the minute. Let's see, static mesh. Now probably I'll need to go into each of them and edit, adding a collision to it. And this is just for the physics we are gonna apply to this. We're just gonna bring them in and then apply some physics to it. So I'm just gonna go and edit. So everything opens at the same time, and go right here on this one, I think, auto convex collision, then apply. That is done for that. Then apply. You can leave that value there. It's not gonna make much of a difference. So collision. So for this case, yeah, I can recommend using this auto convex for this application, just because it has I mean, we want to respect some of those shapes. So save, and finally the last one, apply, and then save. So I can go back in here and I can bring all of them together. See, that's my rocks there. And let's just add this to a folder and then call this maybe like a rocks. And I can select all of them, then maybe even duplicate some of those. And let's see. Let's see how they behave in when I apply some physics to it. We do that by selecting all of them, not this one, simulate physics, and then I'm just gonna go in here, these 3 points, and then go into simulate. It's probably gonna go like that. There is a plugin that we can also use, and let's see oh, it's gone. I know there is a plugin that we can use just to place them in, and I think I've got it open. This physical layout tool, it seems like it's really cool to use it, but I also have seen that some people have had issues, and we don't want to corrupt our map, or that we can work with it. I think the person in charge of it, it's free. That's great. That's absolutely amazing. But I think he has sorted these issues. I'm not gonna risk for this project, but I can have a look for the next one as well. So let me just turn this lighting method to out. So this is one fun way to to look for physics, but let's see if I click, if I was here, no. What I wanted to do is to apply the physics. Oh, I needed to select all of those assets. So let me just move them around randomly. And let's place something like that. And because this structure doesn't have any collisions at the moment, it's great because it's just passed through it. So let's go and select all of them again, simulate, and I can just right click and keep simulation changes. So that is safe, and now all our rocks are placed like that. So it's one way to do it. Also, you can always drag things in or use other methods like PCG, but we can place things like with physics. It's quite nice to do, and probably I will add more to it and then just place the name. So I'm just gonna, you can do this as well, and let's do it together, but I'm just gonna speed up this so you don't need to be watching. I mean, the video is gonna be too long, and probably is too long already. So I'm just gonna drop some of those and place the name, and then simulate all of it again. So getting back to this, now I can just bring some big rocks into it. So let's bring this one, some of like that. This one as well. And just place it like in between your landscape, just something like that. Should be fine. And don't worry about these issues. We are gonna sort it soon when we do like a little bit of quality control. Then I can just drag this in. So just play with the environment and add some rocks and some, mostly rocks is what we're gonna do now, but we will bring more like vegetation as well, and the floor those that we downloaded. It opened this, don't need this to be open. So I'll just keep adding this and speed up the video. Okay, so we got our some of the assets that I put just around the area that we are going to work, and I think I'm going to create a PCG graph instead of using the foliage. And a PCG graph is going to be a procedural graph that will allow us to set to add meshes procedurally, and these are going to be in we can filter the density and how they are going to be placed in the project. Just before I go there, I'm just going to select all of this and this and this and set a color for this material. So I'm just gonna put that there, and for the textures the same thing, a new color, and then I just pick the red one. Okay, so now I'm gonna go here and create a folder called PCG. And I'm gonna look for a PCG graph. So I think, let me see where that is in here. If I look in here, oh boy, so I need to first, is it enable? So I had to look for the PCG graph and select this one. This is saving. Oops, this is going to restart. I think it's gonna ask you to restart, but just go into plugins and look for PCG. I'm gonna show you in a minute. So I had to look for the PCG graph in here, and it's this one here, Procedural Content Generation Framework. So I go here, and then now I have this graph here. So PCG graph, and we can call this PCG, and we call it, I would say, forest. That would be a proper name to it. Then save as save everything, Control Shift S. So it's this one, and also I'm gonna open my level. So now we can add this on, but first I'm just gonna get rid of those lighting method that we created here. So let me see if this was not working. ACR backdrop, why is it this outside? And all of these are part of the, I would say, rocks. I can move them there. And this sun sky, oh, so it's two of them, right. Now we are just with one lighting method. Okay, now I'm just going to first save all and go into PCG and then drag this in. And I think I'm gonna extend it now, right? This is like a volume, and I can extend it all the way up, increase its size, and go all the way like that. So we're gonna edit this graph in a minute. So we open it, and you see there is an input and output, but actually we can start working from a node here. So I'm just gonna get landscape data. And this landscape, we are going to get a surface sample, something called surface sampler. And we can debug this, which is great. We can just save this and see how it's gonna show in our map. So we can even increase the size of this, and it's going to follow the terrain, which is pretty amazing to have this tool for us. Okay, so now next, what we want to do, we want to bring some assets that we can put our trees. So this is gonna be our trees, and let me do just that. Let's get mesh, static mesh spawner. This is the one we need. Just gonna open this so we can see it properly. And in here we got some mesh entries that we can add. So gonna add about 6, should be fine. So gonna go index 4 and index 5. And the description here is where we put our meshes. So I can go and look for trees. It's not trees, is it? Let me see what was the name of those Megascans tree, so European hornbeam, but actually I can just drag them in here. I can just bring one. I don't know if you can see that it's already spawning some trees in there. Let's do 2. Let's do 3, and I'm just gonna speed this up. Okay, so now we can see, whoa, that's a lot of trees. I can't even find my project anymore. So I'm just gonna save, and probably my computer is running hot. So let's do some stuff here to reduce the size. And we do that by using a density filter. So in here, from this surface sampler, I'm just gonna go density filter. And I'm gonna connect this to here. And I can just set that out there. This is debugging, so I don't need this to be debugging anymore. As you can see, it's still the same, but I'm just gonna go to this density filter and put all the way to 1. So no more trees in there. So if I put to 0 to 0.5 was like that. 0.3, it's gonna fill it even more, and 0.6 less so, or 0.7. Let's see, I think 0.7 is a good value just for this in here. So there's no issue there, and on top we might just need to fill this in a little bit, but it's gonna look nice now. So 0.6, 0.6, let's see how that looks in there. I think 0.6 should be fine for this. And if it's, I mean, if it's running too hot your computer, you can always set the density to 0.8 and you got less of those trees in it. So now we need to add a difference to this, just so we can set an area where we are going to have our main scene. So let's do that. And I'm gonna do that by adding a difference node. But first, I think I need to add a volume. So I think I'm gonna use just a blocking volume here. So just let me see this here. Focus on it, gain mode, that's it. So I'm just going to increase the size of it, maybe by 20. 20 is a good size. And I think I can even change the shape of it. So let's see, we can do a cone. So maybe if I just go like this, or a cylinder maybe is more of a appropriate shape for this. Okay, for this, I'm going to go and do a tag. And this is going to be a PCG difference. And I'm going to copy this. So now we can go here and get, let me just open that, get actor, I think it's this one here, get actor data, and let me see if this is the one. And I think it is the one. If I think it's in here, just all world actors. Yeah, here you go. Is the byte tag. Now I want to get this now called difference, and this is going to be our source, the landscape, and this is going to be our difference. And let's just connect to this surface sampler. See if we get the result we need. Okay, it didn't get the result we needed. So that's probably because it's not going into surface, but it's going into the bounding shape. There you go. That is what I wanted to do. So I've got my volume here. So if I resize it, which we're gonna do, let's just resize to this point there. Maybe a little bit more, tiny bit more there. Yeah, it looks way better with the trees, and I think we don't need to worry too much about the view there, because I can see some trees in there. Maybe we need to populate this a little bit more with trees, but I think this bounding should be about right. About 7 is a good number, and we can do like some sort of shot like this coming in, and we can add some trees as well just to finish this scene up. But just gonna set this bound to 0.5, and yeah, that's way more trees, and I think way more trees than we need. We don't need to have this size on our map, so I'm just gonna reduce the size of this PCG to that point there. I think that's even too much. Let's see how it looks from the ground. Probably I need to increase the size of my volume. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm pushing too much on my computer right now, but I think it'll do the trick now. I think it's starting to look really nice. And again, we can just modify. We don't need this amount of trees, so we can always modify this lower bound and decrease the size of my PCG to maybe, so I would say 30, maybe 20 to 20, and let's save. Let's force regenerate. Yeah, much better. And oh, it went all the way up. So let me clean this. Let me find my PCG. So this is the volume, and I just want to increase it to this point there, and then generate. And I think it's generating all of the landscape. So if I want to reduce this, I think I just need to go into landscape mode and then delete some of these tiles, and that's a good time to show you how to do that. You can just drag this and let's see. Yeah, so remember when I said that maybe we didn't need that much of a landscape? Well, that was pretty much what I meant to. So our map doesn't need to be that big for this particular project. Let me go into my, oh, I thought I had some bookmarks. Well, it's all it's not there anymore. I'm just gonna go back to selection. I'm gonna save all, and let's start working on our ground with some vegetation. Now, I think I'm quite happy with this. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted so much of this, because now I can, if we walk around, we can see the end. There's a couple of things on the trees that I want to do as well, which is the projection of them. I think they need to be straight. So let's do that now. And I'm gonna look for a transform point, which will allow me to set this, the size of it, and manipulate how these trees work. So I'm just gonna plug it there. I'm gonna save, and you got here some parameters. So offset, minimum and maximum. I don't think I need this, but rotation, I want this to be 360 on the Z axis. So this is X, Y, and Z. For the scale, I can use so scale uniformly, no, absolute scale. So I can use maybe point A to, let's say 1.5. So there is a variation in our trees. And let's see what else we can do here. The projection, yeah, I think I'm gonna change how these are set. So that was, it's not on the density filter. Just bear with me for a second whilst I try to remember. And I think it is this absolute rotation. That's what I wanted to. So it was on a relative rotation. Now I want to set the offset min to -10 probably, the max. So maybe even further, so 20 -30 -40, let's see. Yeah, I think that will do the trick for our little wood cabin in here. So with this done, now we need to increase the post-process, the exposure and the post-process. We can move this into volumes and effects, and this post-process here we can just 5, and now we see that there is some exponential fog here that we can just reduce that there. But we can explore the lighting when we have done all of the vegetation here. So for this pretty much it. There is more things to PCG to work with, but just for this tutorial I'm gonna keep it this way. And I can see there are some trees in there that it seems like they're not projecting, or I need to decrease this, maybe minus 20. Yeah, I think that will do the trick there. So yeah, I think that will do the trick, just because it's like a hill. It's not like a straight ground, so that's how you solve that type of issues. So I'm just gonna save that and then add some foliage to this, and we do that by clicking here, foliage. Now it works the same way as the brush on the landscape. We just need to bring some assets to this. So for example, if I'm gonna drag this in, all of them, we got a brush size 512, so you can see there. I think I'm gonna do 256, and then the density, we can set this to 10 maybe, and the scale, we can set these to 0.8 and 1.2. So we got this paint here, and then we can start painting just the areas we think that we are going to, we want to just show some vegetation there. Don't need to paint all of it, just around the area we can see there, something like that. You can also use the foliage for the trees, but it was good to get to know PCG a little bit. And let's see, yeah, it's not generating that much meshes, so it should be fine like that. Okay, let's see how it looks from the inside. Looks nice. We might even just change our lighting, how is affecting this scene. But my computer is pushing it, and probably yours as well, just because there is a lot of shadows that the engine needs to go through. So maybe I'm gonna use an ACR backdrop for this scene, but we can test that later on. And I'm going to just download some extra assets from Quixel Bridge, some vegetation, small vegetation that already got in here, like some beach fern, yeah, some of this grass, this grass, no, probably this wild grass, and then this beach fern and rosemary. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna have rosemary for that, and some samia plant as well would be nice to have, and white everlasting. So, well, I can add this one in and this one as well. And this Sania Palm, I think I downloaded in high quality. Yeah, that was it. So I can keep adding to my foliage some of these assets, and I already did actually. So for example, I select this and start painting, maybe 1 to 8. just, oh, not this one. I want to select this and untick them, and then just have this tick just around this area here. Maybe the density, that is too much of a density, so probably 10. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, way better to do it at 10. And the size, I think I'm gonna put to 1, 2, 2. Let's see. Some vegetation here and there. Then I'm gonna untick them, and then I'm just gonna add this, and the density I'm just gonna set to maybe 20, and the scale again to 0.8, maybe 2. Let's see how 2 looks in there. By the way, we can always hide the PCG, just so when I finish this, just adding a little bit of vegetation to our scene there and there. And probably this way as well, just so it's looking like it's in the middle of a jungle or of a forest. I probably need to get some sort of sorry, I was erase some sort of path for us to walk. So I'm gonna select all of them, and then I can delete some of this vegetation there and create some sort of path that will lead us to this house. Then I can just paint again, and then paint some more. Well, maybe that's too much there. Okay, we're getting there, and I think we can work on our lighting, because vegetation, I mean, you can do as much as you want or need, but I think we can get some nice shots from this point of view. And from inside here, there's some annoying bloom coming over, and we need to tweak some of the post-process volume. But yeah, I think maybe I just gonna add some vegetation here as well. So these small ones, I quite like them. No, that's too much. Was this one's? Let's say 10 and 0.5 to. Oh, sorry about this. It just selected all of them. I don't want all of them. I just want to select this. Yeah, these small ones are quite nice. I quite like them, just to fill some of those areas there. Oh, and we see some issues here that it's not going as we planned. So in here is fine, but here it's not looking great. And by the way, I'm just tired of that blooming effect, so I'm just gonna take it out. So this, yeah, much better to my eyes. And go back into foliage, and this is gonna be erase. and I'm gonna erase some of these flowers there. Yeah, and in the end we can just tweak this terrain here and do some more stuff just so it looks more realistic than it is now. But I want to focus now on the lighting, and also I need to delete some here. Seems like it's going through the floor, and that one is fine. Yeah, I think that one is all right. So we're gonna tweak this vegetation a little bit further, but it's starting to look quite nice. So now let's play with the lighting, and I'm just gonna do a couple of things here before I jump into the light. As you can see here, these materials from Megascan on those rocks, it looks black and is not showing up. So for example, I think that's this one, and there was a couple of more that they look all black. So what I'm going to do is to go into here, and I think that happened because of the AO value on the master material here. So I'm just going to open that, and yeah, as you can see, ambient occlusion here is set to value 0. So I'm just gonna put this to 0.5 and see if that sorts the issue for me. And it does there. So that was the issue. If it happens to you with a Megascan asset, probably is the fact that the what's it called, the ambient occlusion was set to 0. So when we change remember when we changed on the project setting the static light to just work with ambient occlusion. So that is done. I'm just gonna save that and that. And also remember we had some issues with this. I think it was the ray tracing way. So there is a command here called ray tracing nani mode. When I set to 1, it's gonna work fine. When it's originally is set to 0. So I think it's not showing in here, but those shading errors disappear when I apply that command. I'm gonna leave this into the description as well, but it's just ray tracing and night mode and set to 1. Okay, now probably you start hearing my PC screaming, and that is because of because of the PCG and just a lot of shadows and things going around. So I'm going to go into the lighting. And by the way, something else I forgot, on the static mesh, if I hit play, some of those rocks were flying around, and yeah, just before it happens to you, remember those that we use for just for the physics. So just go into rocks, select those assets, and untick simulate physics, just so when you play it doesn't keep simulating those physics there. And with that cover, now I can go into lighting, and then let's play a little bit with the directional light. See if this is what we are looking for in this. So I'm just gonna go with Control L and set. Maybe well, it depends if you want this to be affecting or direct to this house, or no. We can just set something like that. Maybe hitting a tiny bit there. and there is a lot of fog there. I know I reduced this, but I think I'm just going to enable this volumetric fog and see if this looks better. Yeah, it looks way better this way. So I'm just gonna move my sun a little bit and something along those lines. So let's see from the inside. Yes, it starts looking really nice. There are some, I think, some spots here that are brighter than others. So we can just sort that out with the exposure, and also we can explore the skylight and see. In this case, is set to real-time capture. We can set this off and then select a specific cube map. For example, if you go here, open it, there are a couple that come with the engine. So I can set this to this one. So it's pretty much a HDRI that is hitting the scene. I think there is one that it was like a gray sort of texture. So it's pretty much what you find that it looks best for your project. Maybe this one looks really nice, or maybe just want to have this in real time. And direction light, I think I'm just gonna set this to movable, and let's see an intensity, less intensity to that, and then go into post-process volume here, and let's set it to 8, no, 6, 7.5, 6. Seems like a nice value from here. And what else we can do? Let's see this exponential fog. Yeah, no, it's too much in there. It's quite nice. I mean, the God rays and all, but it's not what we want to focus on. So probably a value of 0.08. And let's see how this looks from this point here. And from the inside, again, it's a little bit kind of what you like, the taste, but I think I'm just going to bring more light in, just going to increase the post-process volume. So this is kind of like a tweaking your scene and your lighting, and this is too much exposure. So I'm just going to go back to 6. And by the way, I think I'm just going to bring a guide for us to better see how, if the light is balanced. So I was just going to bring that in, and you will find this in here. I just added this into our folder. I'm just going to bring it into static meshes. I'm just going to call this like a depth. Set the color to this blue here, and then just drag and drop. Import all, and it didn't bring any texture. I thought I had some texture in. That's weird. Oh, probably is the format. So I'm just gonna sort this out. And I'm going to bring that in here. I just put it there in the folder so you can download it. So I'm just going to bring it into a folder here called dev. We can call it dev for developer. And the color is to that blue. I can just drag that in, import all. Gray, we can just drag one of those here. And we're gonna set like actor hidden in game. So we need to create some materials for this. So let's do that quickly. So just gonna use probably the PVC, it's fine. So I'm just gonna duplicate this, call this depth white, and then, well, just gonna open that. I'm gonna set this to a value of 0.84. I have 0.88, I think, or I think the snow it was 0.84. I'm not sure, but I think it is. So this is gonna sit in here. I'm just gonna set the roughness to 0.05 and everything like that. Now I want to duplicate this. Actually, yeah. Oh, I thought there was some normals there, but it wasn't. So this is gonna be our gray. So our gray image. So we're gonna assign a value of 0.18. I think is the correct value of 0.19 is between those values there. And another one for our blacks. And we probably want to set this to 0.04. So I think this value is for charcoal. Is the one that, yeah, we assigned to that. And then I'm gonna duplicate this and set this like color ref, I think, and set it here for the texture map. I'm just gonna look for where I bring that in, this one. So the rotation is not off, so everything seems fine. The tiling, that should be 111. Maybe I made a mistake. Oh, hold on. No, it was working fine. Yeah, no, it seemed a little bit distorted, but no, it wasn't the case. Gonna save that, and then finally we're gonna do one for Chrome. And this tint is going to go all the way up to 0.88 and metallic to 1 and roughness to 0. Real time, there you go. So now we got some reference we can look at, and I think the black is probably is really dark there. Let's bring this out and see if it's roughly and in a good position there. So it's not that bad. Probably I need to decrease the intensity of our sun. So let's do 2, or what about if I increase the sun and then decrease the exposure? Okay, now I think I'm just gonna do a little bit of indirect lighting here. You got this value here. So let's do 2, let's do 5 and see. brings up a little bit of indirect lighting to our scene. Maybe too much, I would say. So 3, and I think I'm just gonna reduce this this value here, 3.14. And increase the exposure. So it's a little bit of a of balancing things out, finding what is the best option for us. And don't worry, we can sort this out when we do with the cameras. So we can have cameras with different exposures. So for example, if I'm going to have one camera here, I can just go here, like I mentioned at the beginning of this video, and then create a cine camera actor here. So now I want to pilot this. So go here. I'm gonna set this to DSLR, custom. So focal length, probably I will do about 24. Is a good focal length, and I'm gonna change this viewport to cinematic viewport, so it's close to what we're gonna end up with. So it's 16:9, and then here on the lens, if you go to post process, we can now sort this from here. So manual, and it's not changing, because I'm not piloting at the moment. So there you go. So I can just play with these values and set my camera. If you click in here, you can get a grid, so you can position this and maybe, do some testing, like how it's gonna look like. Maybe it needs some sort of tree in here, and I'm still not sure about the intensity of this light. So the 3, let's change this to 2, and then 3.14. 3. Let's check our spheres, and something we can also do is to get that there and see how the light behaves. So okay, just pressing Ctrl L and then moving our mouse. Something like that. See how it looks from the inside. I might change the opacity of this outdoor, the outside one. Let's see, 0.1, and let's do this 0.8, and then maybe bring this up a tiny bit. Yeah, something along those lines. I can go into post-process volume and search for this translucency. Let's see if this improves to ray tracing. Not much, so No, I think I'm gonna stick to the raster one. And 0.9. Yeah, I think 0.9 should be a good value to work with. So cine camera actor. What about if we? I mean the directional light is taking its toll on the machine. So if you see here, it's 35 FPS at the moment. So if I turn this off, it's gonna be like 70 FPS. So that's something we need to keep in mind. For example, if we are doing a project that we want to play, so most of the time I will just go and use a HDRI and like a sky material, and let's see if I can do something with this skylight here. And can I turn this off? Right. Now we got 60, like 70 FPS. And it doesn't look bad. Let me just take this off. So, not looking bad at all, to be honest. It's quite mute. Well, there is no sky now. But this is another alternative we can use if we want to increase the FPS. So if I get my sun back, because it needs to calculate the shadows for all this vegetation, then it needs to, I mean, it's going to be heavier on our project. So let's see if I can just tweak some things out here. Bring more indirect lighting, maybe this 2.5, and then let's see if this has like a ray trace enable. It doesn't have. No, still, well, it's here is 60%, 69, so it's not bad at all. So increase just by changing this, the cast ray trace shadows, and then disable. So when I disable the ray trace shadows, then it went down, and when I enable it, it went up. So I think probably is in hand with Lumen, and it's more like a software ray tracing, something along. I think that's one of the terms. But now we got 60 FPS, and now we can, if we play, there are some collisions there, and also some trees has collisions, so we can even take the collision out of those trees. Don't think we're gonna need it. And the other, oh, we need to add a material on top as well. The also that volume that we created here for our PCG, it has collisions here. So if I go here, right to collisions, then go into collision presets, then no collision. And for our PCG, now that we are doing our PCG, our collision, sorry, we can go into mesh spawner, and then select these trees here, and then set to no collision. And this is going to save resources as well for our machine. So I'm gonna do this quickly and get back when it's done. Okay, back to it. Now if we play, if we hit play, now we can pass through those trees there and there. So yeah, it's looking nice. Again, this is a little bit on what you prefer. If you prefer without the sun, you can use that the other method, or even with the HDRI. But for this case, I think this position it's quite nice, and maybe take off a little bit of that exponential height fog. So if I go here, volumetric fog, I can set more or less the scattering distribution. So I'm gonna crank that up to 9, and then there is more, there is less, some, yeah, about, I think we say 75. It should be fine. Okay, now we can set up our camera for like a still render or an animation. I'm just going to go and select this camera and set it in a folder called camera. We can even call this camera outdoor. And the aperture here, these settings behave the same as any DSLR camera. So you got the focus settings, this current aperture, so I'm gonna use this like 11, and then you got this to set the focus distance, and we will see examples of how to do this when we get inside. You will see the effect, how it's focus on the object. But this one looks quite nice, this shot. I think maybe I set this down to 5, and then maybe I can add some tree there just to frame the shot. So let's go into the what's it called, the European simple win, and let's see if I can add some sort of tree there. I forgot to pin this in here, so probably a bigger tree with this one. Let's see how it looks. Okay, and maybe we can add another one. Probably bigger, like that. I think we can set a couple of more trees in here just to fill this space a tiny bit, just so it feels, this doesn't feel that empty. So we got the PCG, but we can increase the density of that filter, but I think that will just make it a little bit heavier. So I think just putting some trees here and there will do the trick for us. See here, it's looking nice. And let's add another one about there. And let me bring it down. This one as well down. So I think there is too much opacity on that that there. And maybe, did I put this the other way around? No, I think it's fine. Okay, I think this shot is ready to go. I mean, there's a couple of things I can change in here. I can add as well just to bring more realism. But when we do the shots, we can look at it from this point of view. But this shot, I quite like it. It's nice, and I think I can render this properly. And let's start by creating more cameras to our scene just before we do the rendering. And I'm just gonna select this. Remember, I just went in and then I can exit here. And I'm gonna select my camera, and I'm just going to go press Alt and then drag this in. Now I can just go into this camera, number 2, and maybe set something like that, or let's find a nice composition. So just let's get the grid, and yeah, I think this composition here it's quite nice to have. Just about there. Maybe some shot like coming this way like that. It will be nice. And let's say maybe, or something like this going up. So I think going up is quite nice. It's just coming through the vegetation and goes up as like that as well. So maybe if I set it something around there, just so let's get out of the vegetation there. And yeah, it goes like this. So this is another shot that we can have there. And by the way, if this vegetation needs to, I mean the wind is too much for you, you can always go into European hornbeam, this one, go into materials, simple wind, and this, I think this is the one. And we can set this to 0.2. The wind animation, let's see, 0.5. So no animation for that. So let's just put 0.1. And I think there is a couple of more that I need to change as well. Maybe it's this one. Does it has the wind there? Yeah. So 0.1, 0.5. Maybe this one here. No, I don't think that is the one for that. So maybe some of these are from the Megascans. So let's go into Megascan, the plant. Let's see if this is the one it's not the Samia. And not this one. Let's see this wild grass. The material seems, no, this seems all right. So definitely is in the European this hornbeam. Let's see, opening that, and maybe it's this one. So now it doesn't have the wind there, but yeah, we can tweak this. I mean, if I find the proper one, let's animate foliage. Just let me get out of this to see which one is moving. So there is another one here that is moving. And yeah, I think it's the branch that is moving. So just gonna grab one of those and see. No, it's not the sunniest, so it would be this one. No, this one. Let's set this to 0.1 or 0.05 and 0.5. And let's get back to our camera and press escape. It's better. It's better. Still, there is some branch there that I'm moving, but I think I can live with this. So it goes like that. Yeah, it's subtle. It's there, but it's a little bit more subtle than it was. So gonna get back to this camera here and then go maybe create another one there. We can pilot this then. Maybe go something like this, or maybe a shot like this would be nice. So just like it turns a tiny bit, or let me see if I can catch a nice shot in here. Maybe it's too many threes in there, but something we can do is to do a custom near clipping plane. So if I set this like that, I can clip some of those trees. The only thing is, if the camera moves, it's gonna keep that clipping, so probably it's not gonna do well for that shot. And by the way, this I need to set a material for that top there. So let's look for wood and exterior. That should do fine. So let's get back to our camera here, camera outdoor 3. I don't think I can manage to do a shot, maybe something from there. But no, I think an aerial shoot won't do the trick there. So I think it's too many trees at these views. So maybe something like that. So it comes from left to right, goes like that. Let me just yeah, I think this one could be quite nice. It's just hitting the bush and then revealing a little bit of the cabin there. And here I can set this to 90 just so it's straight. Maybe straight, so 86 should be working fine. Okay, that's another one that I want there. And I'm just gonna move and duplicate that. It's not number 3, it's number 4. Can set something like going this way. Okay, just trying to figure out a nice shot. So maybe something like this, or well, in this case, if it were like a walkthrough, I would probably add some camera shake to this. And we need to improve that floor there. We need to add a little bit more vegetation maybe, and some, don't know, maybe some rocks as well, just to improve this shot. Just like it's going that way there. So let's do that. Let's improve this shot. Let's add some more assets to this. So let's go into 3D assets and maybe some small rocks here and there. And let me just increase the size of it. So I'm just gonna speed this up, but you will get the idea of what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to bring more geometry into this, just so it looks a little bit more believable. Right, I think I'm okay with this. Just so we can always do a new video and showing a little bit like a displacement and things like that. But just let's keep this simple, and let's just add another one here. And just gonna go outdoor here, and maybe something showing the house like this. Something I realize is like the reflection on the glass is not great, so I need to sort that out. And let's see what options do we have. So I'm just gonna go into post process. By the way, I've got here some vegetation that we can move all to a folder and call this vegetation. In case you want to hide pretty much them, you can do. And you also have the PCG folder that we created. So let me look for that PCG folder, and didn't create a folder, sorry. I just moved this in, and then I can just hide everything and unhide. Okay, so on the post-process volume, let me look at what options do we have for these reflections. So I can set this to 2, 4, nothing changed there. So max roughness. Now let's see in the global illumination, see if something's changed here. No, as well. This one 2 to 4. Not much changed, to be honest. So I'm just gonna go directly to translucency because the reflections are not. Maybe the bounces for no, and this 1 to 3, 4, and 0. And on the translucency, there is some parameters here. We can even set to ray tracing, but doesn't look that gray. So let's see, 1, 0, 5, and samples 8. No. Now I think we're just gonna go back and edit this material, my glass here. So I'm just gonna go glass outside, and I think I'm just gonna set this to a darker value, something like that. And I think I set up the opacity to 0.5 with 0.4. Just so I can see a little bit of that. I mean, the interior there, let's see. Opacity 0.1, 0, 1, 0.4. Okay. There are some details there that we want to. I mean, this reflection doesn't look that great, so I'm just gonna reduce that there and go back into post-process volume. Yeah, high quality, hid lighting for reflections. Let's set this to 2. let's see, 4, 1. Okay, this seems to look more realistic. 2. And let's find out on other views. For example, this. Well, I think it's maybe it's too dark in here. Yeah, definitely it got dark, so I'm just gonna leave that there. And we're gonna do, on the next video, we're going to do the interior shots. So this is just the outdoor ones that we want to get sorted. So got that there. Okay, that one. 0.5, 0.4. Oh, sorry, I'm just changing this opacity here, just playing with the values. See if I can set something interesting. And we can also tweak these parameters. I mean, in here it's not looking that great, isn't it? So it's just gonna bring that down to that point there. Let's see, metallic. Interesting thing, it's that the metallic seems, when I set to 0, it seems to be better, or the reflection looks a little bit better. Let's go close to it. See. No, not really. So it's a little bit of tweaking always with glass. And thing is the way, maybe if I do a two-sided glass, let's see if that solves the issues. No, it doesn't. And what about if we go to this class material and then set this to 4 shading? No, so I think it's with the post-process volume. So probably some parameters here that we need to change. So so definitely is the refraction bounces. That is what allows to, I mean, to be more bounces on those lights. 4 to 1 to 0 to 1. So yeah, I think I'm gonna try to render this and see if I can look for some settings here. It's not guesswork, but it's just to see what works best for the scene and for the environment. And because it has like glass on top of glass on top of glass, So we need to just find the right configuration for it to work properly. But I think I'm just gonna change the. I think what it's affecting is the glass inside this glass here, and because there are two planes, is it's just. I mean, it pretty much is bouncing light and reflection. So I think I'm gonna change this glass inside. So gonna get here this second one, and yeah, probably the tint is what I need to be modifying as well. So the opacities, let's see if I change this to 0.5. Let's change that to 0.2, 0.1, or maybe decreasing the coloring. And yeah, I think this is the best way to do that. I mean, when we do the inside shots, we can just change the opacity here, and to, for example, 0.5 or increase the color or something like that, but just to bring more realism to the scene. But for the outside shots, just so we avoid those shading there, those reflection, because when I set the post-process volume and increase my bounces, okay, it's kind of dark the scene from the outside. But okay, it's going to eliminate those issues here, but there are some other issues that we'll need to look when we do that interior shot. So I'm just gonna set that to 0, and then just maybe decrease this color here, and yeah, set opacity to 0.5, see how it looks. 0.3, and from this side. So now let's see if, because this is the plane on the outside, maybe I can now change this to something like that. Okay, so you see the opacity affecting the glass. So that's pretty much because of the color here. So something like that. If you have like high reflective glass, you can always set this to a higher value here in the black levels, if you want to call that the levels of it. But I think like this, it looks all right. So that's one of the things that we always need to take into consideration, if how the light affect this translucent I mean this translucent geometry, and how we can work around those issues there. So I think I've got all the shots I want for this. Let me see the last one, the out of 5. Yeah, I think I can do some sort of shot like moving like that. And now let's create our sequences. And to do that, I'm just going to save all, just so everything is saved. I'm going to go into Content, Wood Lodge, and then create a new folder called Cinematics. By the way, I can set this color to this one here. And for this, I'm going to go into Cinematics Level Sequence. Then call this LS Outdoor 1. And then open that. This sequencer, we can just drag this in there. Now I can go into Camera Outdoors 0 and then add to sequencer. Well, I can just look here, Camera Outdoor. I mean, this is in 30 frame per second. We can do 24, or let's see how it looks in 24. So you see here, this number changed because this is based in, I mean, 120. No, so this is 5 seconds. So it's 5 times 30. If I set this, it's going to be 5 times 24. I think a value I like to work is pretty much 90, which is 3 seconds, and then go. Let's see how this looks in 24 mils. So I want to do is I want to set my camera here, the transform. I can just transform the location just so it doesn't affect the rotation or the scale. So I'm just gonna click here and add a keyframe to this, and then move this one to this point, 72, and I'm just gonna move my camera slightly. So pressing right click and then moving to W, something like that, and then press location again. So as you can see here, yeah, but it has like this weird effect that it's not that great, isn't it? So to change that effect, we want to make these to a linear interpolation, basically. So this is going to be pretty much constant, or like in a linear way there. In a linear movements of these two keys. I think it's something it's like missing for this shot. I think it's a little bit of camera shake. By the way, if you set this to looping, you can just see the shot one and again and again and again. So let's get back to maybe I even want to frame this shot a tiny bit better, something like that. Okay, now let's create a camera shake, and I think we can add one right here, but we need to create one from scratch. So let's do that. It's a good opportunity to explore this. So we go right click and then go into Blueprint class and search here for camera shake. We're going to use this camera shake base. I don't think this modifier, no, I think I haven't used that. So I think it's this one here. It has been quite some time. So BP for Blueprint camera shake. and let's open that. So this is pretty much the structure of a blueprint. You got an event graph, you got some functions, variables that you create here, but we don't need to be worrying about this. So I want to go here, root shake pattern, and select this one, purling noise camera shake. Then some options here will open up. And so I'm not gonna dive deep into this because otherwise we're gonna spend a lot of time. So I'm just gonna bring some values that I generally use for my cameras and see how these affect the shot. So I'm gonna leave 1 on 1. That's fine there. All of these values on the location, it's like how if the camera moved on the Y, on the Z, or the X. So it's just adding a little bit of movement to each axis. Then I've got the rotation, and the rotation, I think I want to change the frequency multiplier here, and this is going to pretty much affect all of the rotation. So just gonna set this to 1 and this multiplier to 1. So it's going to affect all of them at the same time. Then I think I'm just gonna change some values here on the roll. On the roll is basically on the to the side, and your is I believe it's on the Y. So roll is pretty much like the X, if I'm not if I'm not wrong on that. So gonna set that to 0.5, and just for the time being, and also the duration, I want to be this always playing. So I'm just gonna leave like that and see how this work. It has been a long time since I created a new one, but I believe that was the way I use. So go here to this camera outdoor and then add that camera shake. So you got this sort of line there, and see if something. It's quite subtle. I don't know if you see it there. So I'm just gonna, for example, this, don't know. Let's do some, like a 5, and see how this. You see how it's moving on, sort of like the X is rotating on the X. I'm just gonna get back and compile, and if I do the amplitude here, for example, on the 5, compile, and the frequency, let's say to 5, and here, let's just so we can see it. See, it's like shaking the camera there, and then here it's shaking in pretty much all these directions. So I want something subtle. I don't want something to be always shaking. So for that, maybe this to 2. No, I think it's too much there. I just want something like it's really subtle that you can even notice, but it's there. So for that camera shake, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like that, and yeah, probably apply these to the other ones as well. So I'm just gonna get this to here. And we can do more stuff in here, and I'm going to show you. I mean, the idea is to use this project for a lot of new videos, and then we can explore new things. So I'm just going to duplicate this. I think 2 more times, so duplicate them. And with this, I'm just gonna delete all of that. Gonna exit, select my outdoor 2, and then this one here. So we want this one to come like that, right? So it starts here, and the transform is gonna be location. Although we can do only Z. We can even turn this into a linear already. And then go in here 72, and we can just move it up. So now let's see how that looks. Oh, I was selecting the wrong key, so I'm just gonna Control Z and leave it there, and then go in here and select another key there and select this one. Something like that. Now let's play that. Okay, now we got that shot done, and we need to add that camera shake. Add the camera shake. Now see in here it's gonna start only from that point, so I just need to move this to this side. Okay, that is done. Now I can save and do the same thing for the other shots. Can delete that. Go into camera 3, select camera outdoor 3, and we can add already this camera shake. Then transform into X here, then like a linear, and then let's move this to this one there and there. So when this is selected, I'm just gonna move to there. Now I think it's too much of a movement there, too fast, I think. So we can increase this to, let's say 72, so double 144. Let's see how this looks. It's better, but I think I'm just gonna move my camera, and I'm just gonna drag them forward, and let's see. Yeah, something like this there. Then X, and then probably turn them a little bit there. Maybe it's a great opportunity to explore the other transforms. So I'm just gonna set it here at 0 and select all transform, and then when I'm here, I'm just gonna move and rotate just a tiny bit there, and maybe bring it to the front. like that. And then transform again. So let's see how that looks in linear. So there is a shot there with a leaf getting in the way, so we need to maybe set another transform here and then move this one to the front there. Let's see if still catches it. Yeah, still catches it. So I'm just gonna move this to, oops. No, so it's in here. Just gonna create a transform there and then move my camera there. Ah, still there. it's I can't. The thing is, I can't. I mean, directly move that tree there. So I need to find maybe another way. I'm just gonna get this here and create a transform. Then move out front and then turn there. I just move that. Sorry. Okay. And there. Yeah, it seems that this shot will work. And we can just have a look. Okay, great. I think I'm happy with this. This is gonna be a little bit of a longer shot. We can even reduce these to maybe 120 and then move this there. All right, and again we can do this for the other two. So same process, delete, exit, select your camera here, and I can even select this one, and now it's allowing me to add this camera direct there. For this, I think I'm gonna create another camera shake for like a walk. And then I'm gonna open that again, add this camera shake in there, and let's just tweak some parameters. So it is, oh, now it opened this way. It didn't open on the blueprint editor. But if you want to go back to that, you can go here. But this is more convenient for us. I can even move it. Oh, I can't place it there. No, it's better if I just move it this way. So let's see how we can move this to be, how we can shade this just so it looks a little bit like walking. So the transform is going to be here and then at 74 going there, and this is going to be also linear. Also, you can add many different what's called camera shakes to it. So that's something you can also do. Add as many as you want. So let's do something funny here. Let's go to 5. And let's see. That's too much there. And then the rotation. Maybe 1.5. Let's see on the yaw. It's not that bad. We can add even a subtle camera shake there, which is the first one we created. So and I think we can extend this also to plus 24, plus maybe 96. So it's like 4 seconds. And have this there. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad, isn't it? If you wish, you can also change the sun position, and we can do that here by, let's add this directional line to our scene. So this here plus, no, sorry, here, add to sequencer and then directional line. So we can also change the intensity. If we want to set it to 1, for example. Let's see, to 10. It's more of it, so maybe 2.5. Actually, maybe 1 was great. And this movement as well. Let's move it there. You can even turn it even down. So maybe 1 is great, and also we can change the lens as well. Let's see the exposure. Yeah, 5.5. So we can do things a little bit funny there and work with it. So, but if I go out, my sun should be at the same. Oh no, actually it was changed. So I need to create a keyframe here if I want this to. Oh, there you go. On the cinematics, it was on 1, but in here it's back to 5. And I think maybe 3.14, which is a value I like, is better for this. Let's see on the other cameras. No, I think I'm happy with it. And then the outdoor number 5. Get into camera outdoor 5 and then add to the sequencer as well. And we can add the sun here as well. So let's set this to 1. Add some camera shake here. Let's save all. And let's do a little bit of movement for this. So goes there and maybe turns that way. So that was the initial one, and then at 72 I'm just gonna move it a tiny bit there. So let's see how that looks when I apply this transform. Maybe it needs to be 96. And then let's just drag this up there. How this got moved. Okay, I think this, I mean, probably this video is going to go into the 10 hours mark, but at least, I mean, we are learning some stuff. It's just take your time to work on this. Let me just focus on this again. Now we can do something we haven't touched yet, and that is the color grading of this. We can modify the colors in DaVinci Resolve, but imagine if you are on a tight deadline and you need to do some colors here. So you got this here, color grading. We can set things like colder, or we can set things like warmer. So for this, I think good value will be like 7,000 probably. It's like a summer. Let's see if 6,000. Nah, probably 675. A little bit of warm there. And we also have this global here. We can increase the contrast or decrease it. So maybe if we decrease the contrast, maybe it's gonna look a little bit more realistic if we increase. Sorry, wasn't increasing it. So maybe it's not that great, but also we can modify things. By the way, you also have the saturation here if you want to set it like black and white. So you can have control of those colors as well. But I like to use this slope and toe, and yeah, this is allow me to just modify a little bit the film. It's pretty much like some contrast and yeah, it's pretty much the contrast and the shadows, and that's what allows you to do this film. So if you can increase or decrease and have like no contrast at all. So I like to work with values like that, 0.75, maybe 0.7, and this one. So always drag things to the end just to see how it affects your scene. So if I get back, it was like that. And this is a little bit of your own way of how you like the image to look. So just take your time when you want to explore and see what looks best for you. But I think for me, a value of 0.6 here, 0.75, it looks quite nice. So just gonna go here and see how this looks. Also, I do have some color, some LUTs, lookup tables that we can add here in the misc, and this color grading, you can set your own and basically give it your style. So, okay, 0.6. Yeah, I think this should work fine. That seems like there's some artifacts in there, and I just need to check if when rendering that happens. So maybe it needs a little bit of light inside, or let's just modify this and see if it improves. Or maybe the skylight as well. So, oh, I was using, oh, didn't realize, but I was using an ACRI for this. So this changed, as you can see, this changed the scene completely. And now I need to go back to post-process volume. Probably set this back to how it was. And my slope and I mean the film things we did, maybe now they need to change. So yeah, I didn't realize, sorry about that, I didn't realize that I changed the skylight, but I think actually I prefer that one using the ACRI. Yeah, I think it looks way better than just capturing this. I mean, it doesn't look bad from that there and there. So there is, as you see, there is more like indirect light in there. So 5, 2, and directional light maybe what's 5, 4. Well, let's increase the okay. So you can choose whatever method you prefer, but I think I just balance things out with the directional light. And now I can go back to post-process volume and set things with my, okay, yes, 0.6. Probably increase the exposure. Let's see on my camera. I'm not, oh, I wasn't on my camera there, so. No, I think I still prefer the with the ACRI and this at 3.14. I think it looks a bit softer there. Okay, now we can render this using our movie render queue. Go here, Windows, Cinematics, then movie render queue, and then we can set this here, and in here on save configuration I can select just JPEG for this case. We want to add a anti-aliasing here and then set these to 1 and 16. Then it's gonna say that I need to override anti-aliasing to none. Also game overrides, just so override things. It's not like a game we are rendering, so disable all this texture streaming, things like that. And well, color output not for this time, but that's something we can explore for that method I told about, the OCIO, this one, display. We can have some console variables here, and I'm just gonna add some of them, and just gonna skip this and then fill it up. Don't worry, I'll send you the link how to fill this up. So these are my settings for these console variables, and the output, I think I'm just gonna multiply this by 2, this by 2, so it's 4K. All of this is fine. This is the console's variable. We can set even this to 32, just to give more sort of a quality to our video, or I mean just the sample count of the rendering. JPEG, I always recommend using PNG, but just for this case I'm just going to use a JPEG. So I can save this preset as also there are some in here if we need to use just the still for a still render, and then cinematics, and this is movie render Q JPEG 4K. So we can save this. Done. App set. But first, I want to increase some of this quality on our post-process volume. So that's something we didn't do at the time, and we can go right here where it's this global illumination and set this to maybe 4, just so it gets rid of some artifacts there. Let's increase this to 4. I think the maximum is 2. But I think you can type 8 if you need to. This as well, haven't changed much. Let's see, 8. Just, I mean, for this case, well, you can see here the FPS has reduced. So for this case, it's fine. We can increase this value here. Just bear in mind that if we're gonna use this for playing, we will need to probably reduce these values here. So just bear in mind of that FPS count. So let's see. Oh, I need to go into cinematic. Let's see how this looks in here. It seems that there is some sort of movement at the end. Let me just drag this up. Yeah, I think that's way better. And let me check on the other ones just in case I change any parameter. Here, oops. That seems fine. And this one, okay, that seems all right. And this one, And finally, yeah, this one here. Okay, I think all of them are fine, and now we can just render them. So if I drag them in, it's already with that JPEG 4K, and we can render local. Something I recommend you to do is just disable this one, just show FPS, and then real-time off, just so it's not rendering twice. So this is going to render, and I'm gonna get back when this is done. So something I was realizing when rendering this is these artifacts here. I wasn't sure why that was happening. So I tested a couple of things and realized that the game's override was causing this. So I'm just gonna show you the one without game overrides. So you can see there is no more of this weird shading, but it seems like it's a little bit darker there as well. So it's just probably some configuration with the way it works, and I was trying to find like ways for, I mean, just tweaking and see if I can find something here. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, it's a blurry texture. So I think I just gonna take this off and leave it like that. And just, I think before I do this, I think I'm just going to create a master sequence instead of getting things into DaVinci Resolve, for example. I'm just going to create a master level sequence, and we do that by going to cinematics, a level sequence. So I can do this master sequence. So I can open this. So it's like any normal sequence, and here I'm gonna set this to shot track, and then I can add here my sequences. So for example, if I add one here, I'm just gonna set this to 24 so it matches the same frame rate. Then I'm gonna add another shot in here, and probably I need to set this to more. Let me just poke it in there. It's easier, and reduce this. So I can extend this all the way to maybe, let's say 500 just for the minute. Then add another shot. It's 3. So let's see how this is working. You see, now we can set them all together. And yeah, there's no more here, so I need to add more shots. So on the number 3, then number 4, and then number 5. Let me see. Okay. And there's sort of like a gap there, so just gonna this one, move this one up, and here for some reason, let me just delete this one, and then probably place it here 144, then add number 3, and in here that's probably, yeah, that was the issue. I need to drag this camera cut all the way there so that it wasn't showing all on in there. Save selected. So let's just make sure that these cuts are in all the places. So I'm just gonna drag this to this there. The 4th it's fine, and the 5th is fine. So I can get back to my master sequence. Got 3, got 2, 3, and then I can add a 4 here. It's there. Another shot there, and 4. And bring this one there. Okay, we can zoom in with Control and the scroll wheel, and let's see if everything is playing as it should. I can move just this to there. Okay, now let's play. Oh, I need to select this, of course. And in the end, I think there is some small issue there. So to that point there. So now instead of rendering separately, we can just render all this animation in one go. And it crashed. So I'm just gonna restart that and get back. So I just restarted this, and because it didn't save, I had to do this bit again, but this time I just created this shot like escalated like that. So if I go to here, then should be all working fine. And there you go. So all of this is working as it should, and we can render this now with our movie render queue. So go cinematics, movie render queue, and then bring this master sequence in. Select that JPEG 4K. By the way, there is this documentation on Epic's rendering high quality frames with movie render queue, and that is pretty much what I did with it, and also the variables that was used in here. So I think in here they use PNG. That's a better way to render, but I'm just gonna do JPEG just because it's faster to do so. So I'm gonna do that, and let's get back to you if everything went well. Okay, so it took about, I would say, 20 minutes to render this animation, and the great thing is, like, in 20 minutes I can do like a 20-second video. So that's what I love about the real-time rendering way of doing things and using Unreal. And to find those renders, you can just click in here and it will open a window for you. And I said that, I think I said that you wouldn't need to use a DaVinci or any video software, but actually you will do, because this is just rendering the sort of like the sequence images, so we can just put them all together into our software and bring them in. So I'm just going to go and open DaVinci Resolve here, and I want to bring them in. So just let me click in this side. I use DaVinci Resolve for my projects, and let me just go, I think, back in here and just making sure that this will import in sequence. So I'll just go to the first one here and show audio frame display, yeah, into sequence. So if this was selected as the individual, you will see all the images together. We don't want that. So just going to go back to here and select all of them and just drag these 456. This wasn't able to change parent folder. Okay. So let's see if this, okay. I think it was because I'm using like a drive for this project. Probably it's telling me to what's it called, to be careful with the saving. So I want to edit this and let's bring, well, maybe I need to import this again. Okay, no, so in the media here, it's just to bring it over, but not on my sequence. So I can just drag this in here. And where am I? I think I just had it like to zoom out. So go back to 0. I want you in 0. So there you go. Play. Yeah, so it's all right. I think I can see some artifacts in there, especially on the first video. So let me get back this here. So probably I will need to get back. I mean, if this were to be for a presentation, I will need to go back and sort that and see how we can sort this, because it's not looking that great. And probably it's something related with the lighting and how the translucency works. So just going to go back to post-process volume and go into translucency. Just gonna use, it's not the ray tracing one. It's under reflections. So this, 0 to 2 to 3. So let me see how that looks on the master sequence. So I just want to show you what things that might happen. Well, just there. So it seems like it's changing the light. So it's not looking great. So let's troubleshoot this issue with the with these artifacts that are really, really annoying. What this happened there. I'm just gonna click my camera there. You know, see those artifacts there. Yeah, that is quite annoying to find in your project, but there is some ways that I'm just testing things out. And of course, I'm a student as well, so I'm still learning a lot of new stuff like this. And I have read in the forums that something that might help, it would be to select volumetric translucent shadows. So, for example, this one here, maybe is the way it has been modeled, or to know how the light affects this. But if I select this and set volumetric translucent shadow to enable, look what happens there. Now the shadow here is dark, and here is fine. So let's do the same with this one. So it has, this artifact here. Let's do that. So it's kind of like darken things out. And I think I found some on the bed as well. And on this. And I think this one here. But still it's showing there. Maybe if I apply to the floor. So it's a little bit darker, but I think we might have solved the issue. It's no longer that those flashlight that appear sometimes. And let's see if there is another one somewhere else. So this is a little bit of troubleshooting, and I did want to have some of these issues just to show you which workaround we can do for this. So look, in this case, I think it was fine. I can even check my my DaVinci result. So that this is awful there. As you can see in here, I might see some on the island. So let's go back to here. Oh no, I moved my camera. Okay, let me just get out of here, get out of the sequence. Otherwise, it's gonna do changes only on the sequencer and not on the general level. So let me get this one here and set this volumetric translucent shadow. So that is done. This one is done. Look at that one. This one maybe. Yeah. Let's see on the, just in case if this is affecting the shadows of our project. Okay, now let's go back and cinematic viewport. Then I need to select my camera. So maybe on the lights as well. And I think the door is open here, so I'm just gonna close that too. So just let me go into content browser. save all, and this, let me just close this door. There. To slide, probably I'm just going to reduce the intensity of this lampshade. Set it to 0.1. Maybe it's still too much. 0.01, 0.02. Okay, now what was the other one? Maybe if I apply that volumetric translucent shadow, it's not gonna create much of an issue. So that is done, that is done. Maybe I need for this as well. What about for my sofa? This. What about for this one? Yeah, see how that weird spots disappear with this. And what else in here? Well, still seems like there is some spots in here. Let's see. For the floor, let's do for the floor. And what about for the top? Doesn't change much, to be honest. So I'm gonna get back and look. So this, look at this. All of this. I think it didn't save. That's the issue I was telling you about. That when we are inside the sequencer, it just does those. It's set it as a keyframe for those assets. So I'm just gonna check that everything is placed in here as well. And for this one, just gonna enable, disable. I think that doesn't do much there. So now I think we can increase the indirect lighting a little bit. So actually, what is this gonna do? No, just not too much. So let me 5. No, it didn't change much. So 10. Now 3.14. Maybe on our skylight, we set the intensity to 5, 2. That didn't do much, to be honest. So probably, I mean, when we work on the interior, I'm just going to use some red lights to help us with this. And let's see, some more artifacts. This one doesn't matter because it's outside shot, and this one, let's see. Might be some there, but it's not that much, so I think I can live with it. Right, I'm just gonna save this and look at my master one and select this shot and see if yeah, I think this one should be fine. Still see a little bit of artifacts here and there, but let's not drag these into. I mean, we can troubleshoot, or when I find better ways to troubleshoot this, I can work on that. So I'm just gonna re-render this. I'm still in between what I'm gonna use, if it's gonna be the real-time capture. Let's see, 5 to 10. There you go. That's what I was looking for. The intensity here. Maybe 2 is a good value. It was set to 2. I think 1 was much better. Okay, I'm just gonna render this and bring it back into DaVinci. So I just re-render everything, and it seems that everything is working fine. If I hit play here, don't worry, it will update automatically and when you re-render, and because it has like the option as override previous files, then the sequence it's gonna be fine now. So I think now it looks quite nice. We can even add some dissolve here. Let me just try to open this. Let's see if I can place it there. There you go. And we can add some sound as well to it. Just to finish this project off, and I can even just do a dissolve here. Let's maybe something like that along those lines. Maybe it's too much. Yeah, and now I can look for some sounds. So I've got some sounds from this website, Free Sound. If you can donate, it's always great if you use a lot of these sounds. And also I'm just give the attribution text. So some of my sounds come from there, but some others I even just recorded in my, let's go, on my garden. So I'm just looking for the folder here. Just got lost. So I've got here some grass that we can use, and this one 3. This one, now I need to delete this one because I can't share it with you. So these 3, just drag them in like that. And now we want to bring, for example, this one is walking. So there is a path. There is this video where we walk in. So probably is right about there. And this goes to about there. So let's see how this looks when we play. It's all right. We can work with that. There's this sound here as well that we can add into second audio channel, and it's quite large, so I'm just gonna reduce this to here and to here. Let's see how that sounds. Don't know if you are hearing the microphone. Maybe if I turn desktop audio up, you might be able to listen to what I'm listening. So let's see. You can even edit it further, and for example in here we can add let's add a 6-frame cross, like reducing the sound of it at the end. And then I've got this one. It's sort of like a relaxing music. I'm just gonna bring this in. And I think I need, because it seems that all the tracks are pretty much the same repetition. So I'm just going to go here and cut this. And probably cut it like that. And let's see how that sounds. I think I move the sound here. Let's just, was it there? Without noticing, I think I moved that channel there. So and then I can just add a, oh, let me select this, and it's not allowing me to add a frame there. Ah, there you go. So 24 or even more. I think in here I want to break this sound here, just to avoid any repetition between this track here. Now I can just move this one out and then search for maybe another track, and let's see how these sound if I place it there. yeah, I think it's it's gonna be good enough for this first video, but we can keep improving like as we go. So now I can go into the coloring, and I can add more nodes to here, pressing Alt and S, and then I can just manipulate this. I can use the curve if I want to add more like a type of contrast to it or less. So let's see how this looks in here. So let's see the contrast, put it down a tiny bit there, and then maybe modify this. And what about the lift? So highlights, we can reduce the highlight as well. Just be mindful that this is going to affect pretty much all the shots. So that is the advantage of going with different, like the shots separately. I wasn't planning to bring all of this into DaVinci and do some editing, but now that we are here, we can do a little bit of that. We can also add a like a mask to it. So just gonna add it there. Let me just zoom out. Just a tiny bit of vignetting there. You see on the edge? Yeah, it's pretty much that the effect that I want to have. Okay, and now let's see, there is other effects here that we can use, like film grain, if you want to add that. No, not that, sorry, just add it here, a little bit of grain, so it doesn't look like it comes from a render. So we want to try to see or make this video looks like it come from a camera. I know it's difficult to do at some point, but there are things that we can't hide that is a render. But we tried our best to do something great. Okay, what else we can do here? There is a library of, we can add things like glow and lens flare as well, sharpening if you want, but I think I'm just gonna leave it like that with that grain, the vignette and this color in here, like maybe something along those lines there. Maybe a tiny bit of contrast to make it pop. Okay, now I think that's it. We are ready to just export this. You can export it to, I mean, if it's easier, just go to 160 and then MP4. This is just the format for YouTube. I'm just gonna do that. Quite simple. Just give it a name. Wood Lodge exterior. Then look for a place where you want to add it. I can I can save it here. This was the morgue house tutorial at the time, so I can leave it there. And yeah, just add to the render queue. Frame rate is, everything is fine there. And then render all. Yeah, I want to leave the video here. I want to thank you if you watch some of it, and hopefully this was a great help in any way for your future project, or if you are starting in Unreal. Like I said before, this is the last video I'm gonna do this long, so from now on I'm just gonna do like small videos under the hour mark, mostly like 10 minutes videos, just showing a few tips and tricks that we can apply. And we're going to do the blueprints for this video as well. We're gonna do some interactivity, a menu. So this project can be like this exercise that we will use for the future. So thank you for watching. Keep active, keep creating amazing stuff, and hope to see you soon. Take care.